Guru Vachaka Kovai. Part 2. Chapter 1. Concerning the greatness of instruction, Upadesa Machit Tiran. 502. Know that the wise words of the One, the Sadguru, who is well established in the heart, are the best guide for the bewildered and deluded minds of the devotees to free themselves from running after the mean senses and to reach inwardly their goal. 503. The true knowledge, jnana, will not dawn without exploring within the essence of the instruction that thou art uttered unceasingly through the speech of his glance by the Sadguru, self, the form of Siva on earth, dwelling in the hearts of his devotees. 504. The uninterrupted shining of self, the life of life, as the natural consciousness I, in the heart, is the nature of God's giving unbroken upadesa to the worthy disciple.
Sadhu Om. This verse explains further the ideas revealed in the instruction. For a few highly mature souls, it so happens that the Lord reveals the reality from within by His being the knowledge of their knowledge. Given as a reply to the 8th question, how is it that some great ones attain the supreme knowledge even without a guru? In the chapter Upadesa, in the book Upadesa Manjari given by Sri Bhagavan, this verse explains how self, being the guru within, teaches the true knowledge to a fully mature soul even without taking a human form outside. The shining of I, the essence of the consciousness Am, is the silent teaching of the inner guru, self. Since the supreme, non-dual knowledge is nothing but the self-consciousness I am, its shining as I itself is the silent inner advice of the guru inducing the disciple, the mind, to abide ever in it. This is how self acts as guru from within.
Chapter 2. Concerning the Mahavakyas, Mahavakyat Tiran. 505. Churned out of the many sayings that remove ignorance which are contained in the 4 Vedas, the one essential phrase denoting the absolute truth, silence, is the oneness of the individual soul and the supreme, Jiva Brahma Aikya.
Michael James, the Mahavakya, that thou art, Tattvamasi, also denotes this.
506. For the highly mature souls who seek the supreme Sat-chit-ananda in order to free themselves from the scorching heat of birth and death, it is by the inquiry into only the word thou, which, out of the 3 words that, thou, and art, denotes the nature of the individual soul, that the glory of liberation is attained.
Sadhu Om. We should remember here Sri Bhagavan's instruction in verse 32 of Uladu Narpadu as to what an earnest and sincere disciple should do when he hears the Mahavakya, that thou art, from a guru. As soon as he hears the phrase, that thou art, the disciple's attention should turn to know, what am I? This is the real aim with which the Mahavakya was revealed. The one important word that stands in the above Mahavakya to turn the disciple's mind to self-attention is thou. Therefore, this verse categorically asserts that out of the 3 words, thou alone should be taken for scrutiny by a worthy disciple. The following 2 verses also emphasize the same idea.
507. Only in order to turn inward the minds of less mature aspirants, which will be favorable for the aforesaid inquiry, the Vedas added the other 2 words that, tat, and art, az, to the word thou, tivam, thereby forming the Mahavakya that thou art, tat tam asi. Thus should you know. 508. Verily, the inquiry done within oneself to know the real import denoted by the word thou, what is it? Who am I? Is the proper means to know the correct import of the other 2 words also. Chapter 3. Concerning the greatness of the Upanishads, Upanishad Machitiran. 509. Grace is the form of God, who has never known ignorance, ajnana. The true knowledge of Brahman, Brahma Jnana, is the dais on which the lotus feet of God are placed. The Upanishads are the golden sandals of those feet. For the petty ego, modern man, who is possessed by the madness of scientific knowledge, vijnana, the only worthy duty is to hold on his head the Upanishad sandals.
Sadhu Om. The teaching imparted through this verse is that the foremost and immediate duty of the modern mind, which is full of scientific knowledge, is, instead of feeling proud of its petty knowledge, to give up its pride and follow the path of self-knowledge shown by the Upanishads. Since it is a well-known fact that the knowledge of worldly science, though it has developed more and more, has never yet found an end, this verse instructs that, if it wants to achieve a complete knowledge, the human intellect which engages in science, which will never provide anything but an incomplete knowledge, has to take refuge under the mercy of the Upanishads, which alone teach self-knowledge, the final and complete knowledge. This is the only way for it to be saved, and this is its foremost duty.
4 Chapter. Concerning Upasana, Upasana Tiran.
Michael James, Upasana means worship, that is, clinging to God through body, by doing puja, through speech, by doing japa or reciting stotras, or through mind, by doing dhyana.
510. Those fortunate devotees who have seen the lotus feet of God, which shine supremely pure in their heart, will have all their evil and inauspicious tendencies eradicated and will shine with the light of knowledge. 511. Devilish qualities, asura sambat, will bring only ruin on you. Knowing this well, develop only divine qualities, deva sambat. Upasana, which will cultivate divine qualities in the heart, alone will save the soul.
Sadhu Om. Here, Upasana should be understood to mean clinging to self, that is, attending to self, which is self-enquiry. For self-enquiry alone bestows all the divine qualities, deva sambat. The word sambat means that which is earned, since all things earned externally will bring only misery to the jiva. Deva sambat alone is worthy to be earned, and is developed solely by self-enquiry.
512. Though the non-dual knowledge, Advaita Jnana, is difficult to attain, it becomes easy to attain when the true love, bhakti, for the feet of the Lord, Siva, becomes intense, since His grace, the revealing light which dispels ignorance, then begins to flow. 513. By firmly fixing with love the feet of the Lord in the heart, one can sever the bondage of delusion, and by so cutting the bondage, one can behold the true light of supreme knowledge, one's heart lotus having blossomed.
Michael James. Readers should here remember the teaching of Sri Bhagavan that self alone is denoted by the terms the feet of God, grace, and so on.
514. If the head of the jiva is fixed at the feet of Siva, the jiva will shine as Siva himself, because the petty ego, losing its nature of moving, remains still in the real state of self, which is motionless.
Michael James. The nature of the wave is to move. The nature of the ocean is to remain motionless. If the wandering wave loves the ocean, that is, if it loves the nature of the ocean, namely, to remain still, it will lose its wave form, subside, drown into the ocean, and thereby become the ocean itself. That is, it will become motionless. Likewise, if the jiva, the wandering mind, loves Siva, the self, he will lose his jiva nature, that is, the nature of moving and standing as a separate entity, dissolve in Siva and become Siva himself.
515. In order to sever the strong, long-standing, and false bondage and be saved, without wasting any time, meditate always with rousing and intense love on the golden lotus feet of the Lord.
Sadhu Om. Ever practice meditation upon self, Atma Dhyana, and achieve the supreme bliss of liberation, says Sri Bhagavan in the concluding chapter of Vichara Sangraham. Thus, we should understand that meditating upon self is what is recommended in this verse.
516. The true form, nature of God, self, cannot be understood except by the mind which stands firmly still in nishta, self-abidance or samadhi. Therefore, without allowing the mind either to wander as a vagabond, i.e. to undergo waking and dream, sakala, or to fall into laya, i.e. to fall into sleep, kavala, due to tiredness, train the mind to be conscious and still on one target, self.
Michael James. It is indicated in this verse that making the mind still, that is, keeping it unaffected by sakala, the state of manyness, and kevala, the state of nothingness, is what is called nishtha, or samadhi.
517. Give up all attachments towards the petty sense objects, vishayas, which are caused by the delusion, I am this fleshy body. The silent mind, thus stilled by renouncing sense objects, is the pure mani lingam, superior form of Siva lingam. If this is adored, i.e., if this mental silence is carefully preserved with great love, which is the real worship of it, it will bestow unending bliss. 518. All days, all planets, all yogas, and all orays are auspicious days, auspicious planets, auspicious yogas, and auspicious orays for an aspirant to do this upasana, spiritual practice.
Michael James. Yogas and orays are particular parts of time in a day, as calculated in astrology. Sri Muruganar. Since the days, planets, yogas, and orays are within the conception of the mind, some of them may be inauspicious, but only for worldly activities. None of them can do any harm to an aspirant who wants to do self-attention, Atma Dhyana, which is the real worship of God, because it is concerned with self, which is beyond the mind. The 10 verses sung by Sri Jnanasambandhar in order to conquer the effects of planets, and also some other songs of Tamil saints, assure us that none of these time factors can create any obstacle for a devotee who comes under the power of the grace of God.
519. It is very rare to get full faith in one, God or Guru. If such a faith blossoms in the heart, due to past merits, do protect and nourish it, since it is similar to a newborn baby, without spoiling it by giving room to any doubts or suspicion, just as, if one possessed the Kamadhenu, one would bring it up with great care and love.
Michael James. The Kamadhenu is a divine cow which will give one whatever one desires. Likewise, complete faith in God or Guru will bestow anything and everything upon a devotee. Such is the wonderful power of faith.
Chapter 5. Concerning Upasana through silence, Maunopasana Gitiran. 520. Installing the Lord on the heart throne and fixing the mind uninterruptedly in self in such a manner that it will become one with it is the true and natural worship through silence, Maunopasana. 521. The pure state of having very great attachment to self and having no attachment to any other thing is verily one state of silence. Learning to remain as I am that silence and ever abiding as it is the true mental worship, Manasika Puja.
Sadhu Om. Nowadays, many among us are under the impression that doing mental worship, Manasika Puja, means imagining that one is collecting all the necessary things, such as flowers, sandal paste, fruits, garlands, and so on, and that one is offering them to God. However, this is only a mental activity, pravritti. This verse teaches us that this is not the correct manasika puja, and that self-abidance, worship through silence, idars maunupasana, mentioned above, alone is the real manasika puja.
Chapter 6. Concerning the delusion of arguments, Vada Mayal Tiran. 522. Only the ignorant who do not know even a little about the nature of their own, the ego's rising and setting, will engage themselves in a heated war of words. Fate is more powerful than free will, the effort of the mind. No, free will is more powerful than fate. Fate is superior to free will. No, free will is superior to fate. 523. Instead of inquiring and knowing through practical experience the truly existing thing, and thereby attaining the clear state of supreme silence, some jump up with egoism, having fanaticism for a particular religion and hatred towards other religions, and make vain and noisy arguments and criticisms. 524. The very nature of argument is to veil the truth. Since it is nothing but an art of illusion and imagination, it will delude and confuse the mind. Therefore, no one who has fallen into the dark hole of arguments will see the sunlight, self-knowledge. 525. Words and thoughts do not reveal self. On the contrary, they veil it completely. Therefore, be alert in controlling both speech and thought, so that self, which is hidden by them, will shine of its own accord.
Sri Muruganar. We, self alone, are real. Even thoughts, mind and speech, which is only a gross form of thoughts, are alien to us and therefore unreal. So, the practice of self-attention, which will subside thoughts and speech, is the worthy undertaking.
526. Do not lend your intellect, Buddhi, as a slave to the gymnastics of eloquence in the form of speech and poetry, and to the jugglery of arguments. Know the truth self by turning the pure sattvic mind within, and thereby destroying the illusion of otherness. Chapter 7. Concerning the uselessness of measurements, Alavai Yavala Tiran. 527. The measurer, the measure, Ihan the standard or scale of measurement, the measured and the measuring. All these seem to exist and shine because of the shining of existence consciousness, Sat-chit, in the heart. What measure is there to measure it? Self, the existence consciousness.
Sadhu Om. Everything is measured by the mind, having the imaginary measures, dimensions or standards of measurement of time and space. Those things which are thus measured, including time and space, the act of measuring them, and the measurer, the mind, all these seem to have existence only because of and in the presence of self, the existence consciousness. Other than this, they have no real existence of their own. Therefore, how can self be measured by any of these? Mind, time, space, and so forth.
528. Only so long as the measurer, the mind, exists, will the measure and the measured also seem to exist as real. But when the measurer, the mind, sees self, the really existing thing, and is thereby lost in it, all other things such as the measured and the measuring will automatically become unreal. Chapter 8. Concerning indirect knowledge, Paroksha Jnana Tiran. 529. The fire of desires of the jivas will be extinguished only by the direct aparoksha experience of the pure self-knowledge. in which all the vasanas of the ignorant mind are dead. If the thirst and heat of the physical body could be quenched and cooled by a mirage, then the spiritual thirst, the desire for bliss, moksha, could also be quenched by indirect knowledge, paroksha jnana.
Michael James. Paroksha jnana means mediated or indirect knowledge, that is, the knowledge about self gathered through books by Sravana and Manana, as opposed to immediate or direct knowledge, aparoksha jnana, that is, the direct experience of self, gained through nididhyasana.
530. When thus the direct, aparoksha, experience of the pure Supreme Self alone is the true, non-dual knowledge, jnana, calling even that which is indirect, paroksha, as a knowledge, jnana, is just like calling demons, rakshasas, meritorious persons, punyajanas.
Michael James. In literature, while referring to an unworthy thing, it is a custom to use a worthy name to ridicule it indirectly. It is in this manner that rakshasas, who are well known to be wicked sinners, are sometimes referred to as meritorious persons, punyajanas. Sri Bhagavan points out in this verse that indirect knowledge, paroksha jnana, is termed as a knowledge, jnana, only in this spirit, for it is in truth nothing but ignorance, ajnana, itself.
531. The supreme jnana, self-knowledge, which destroys deceptive delusion, will be born only out of a true inquiry in the form of an attention towards that which exists as the reality, I am, in the heart. But know that mere book knowledge about inquiry, even though learnt from clear scriptures, will be like a picture gourd drawn on a sheet of paper, which is useless for cooking. 532. Is it possible to appease one's hunger by eating food cooked by a painted picture of a blazing fire? Likewise, an end to the miseries of life and the enjoyment of the bliss of self cannot be achieved by mere verbal knowledge, but only by the practical knowledge of self, which is obtained by extinguishing the ego in the heart. Thus should you know. 533. The bliss of the Svarana of the Supreme Self cannot be obtained by intellectual arguments, but only by the knowledge which shines in the heart as the form of the Divine Lord who lends light to the mind. Chapter 9. Concerning the oneness of Jiva, Eka Jivat Tiran. 534. Let highly mature and courageous aspirants who have a bright and sharp intellect firmly accept that soul, Jiva, is only one, Eka, and thereby be established deep in the heart by inquiring, who am I, that one Jiva? It is only to suit immature minds that scriptures generally say that souls, Jivas, are many, Nana.
Sadhu Om. If the ego comes into existence, all will come into existence. If the ego does not exist, nothing will exist. Therefore, verily, the ego is all. If I rises, all will rise. Who am I?
If the thought I does not exist, no other thing will exist. Sri Arunachala Ashtakam, verse 7.
Since it is clear from the above three Upadesas of Sri Bhagavan that the rising of the ego, the feeling, I am so-and-so, alone is the cause for the rising and appearance of the whole universe, with innumerable jivas living in it, we should conclude without any doubt that it is only in the ignorant outlook of the ego, the one I, the one jiva alone, and that, by the destruction of this one I, through the inquiry, who am I, the existence of all other jivas will come to an end. This is the import of the Upadesa contained in this verse.
535th. Is there anyone who is born, or is there anyone who has cut the bondage of birth and death? During the time when the I thought the ego does not rise, that is, in deep sleep, Is there anyone who is bound in the body, that is, who identifies with the body, or who is released from it? Inquire well now and tell me.
Sadhu Om. In the absence of I, the one jiva, either in sleep, where the I thought has subsided, or in jnana, where it has been destroyed, no other jiva exists, either as a bound one, bandha, or as a released one, mukta. The oneness of jiva is thus further stressed in this verse.
Chapter 10. Concerning knowledge and ignorance. Arivu Ariyamite Tiran. 536. O worldly people who more and more scrutinize one thing after the other and run after each of them, thinking that each one is worthier than the other. To scrutinize that one thing, self, by scrutinizing which nothing more will remain to be scrutinized, alone is true knowledge.
Sadhu Om. The Tamil word used here is nadam, which may mean either scrutinize or desire. However, it is more fitting here to take it in the sense of scrutinize because, in the second half of the verse, the Tamil word idol, which means only scrutinize, is used twice. Furthermore, the verse is in the chapter concerning knowledge and ignorance.
537. For those who can scrutinize, inquire into, and know the subtlest thing, self, what benefit is there by the research on and knowledge of gross objects? Worthier than the research done by the mind through the eye and so on is the indestructible research done within, that is, self-inquiry or self-attention.
Sadhu Om. The import of this verse is that self-inquiry, by which self is known, is far superior to scientific researches.
538a. To know self clearly, rejecting all alien things, the universe, as mere nothingness, sunya, is the supreme knowledge, jnana, transcending time and space, other than which there is no worthy or superior knowledge. 538b. To know self clearly, rejecting all alien things, the universe, as mere nothingness, sunya, is the supreme knowledge, jnana. The knowing of all times and places, or the knowing of others' minds, is not worthy knowledge. 539. The truth is that any playful sport of sakti, that is, any glory seen in this universe, cannot be other than sakta, self, the possessor of sakti. Hence having the outlook of thinking that the world, which is, in truth, mere consciousness, chit, is different from it, consciousness, we, and being deluded by likes and dislikes for the things in the world, is the false maya which causes wrong, all obstacles and miseries. 540. The knowledge I am the body is the delusive and destructive ignorance. The correct knowledge, the knowledge of Brahman, which is worthy to be attained, is the knowledge that even the aforesaid ignorance, which is false, does not exist apart from self, the unavoidable reality.
Sadhu Om. Though the snake that appears on a rope is false, it cannot have such an appearance, as if existing, without the existence of the rope. So also, though the ignorance I am the body is a false knowledge, even it cannot appear to exist without the existence of the real self. The teaching given in this verse is the same as that given in verse 13 of Uladu Narpadu.
541. Just as on account of mere imagination, the one unbroken space is called by different names, such as Gatakasa, the whole, all-pervading space, so the one, whole, unbroken self is seen by the immature people as many, that is, as diverse souls and objects. This is the result of the wonderful Maya. 542. To see the one self, the reality which is devoid of anything false, as many and different is what is ignorance. Therefore, whatever thing appears in whatever name and form, to see it in its real nature, as self is what is knowledge.
Sadhu Om, the last two lines of this verse are verse 355 of Tirukkural. On reading the Tamil verse of Sri Muruganar, those who know Tirukkural can understand how skillfully he has used this verse of Tirukkural to explain the idea of Sri Bhagavan.
543. Though the worlds outside are with innumerable differences, that is, with different names and forms, the inner reality of all of them is the one self, just as, though the sesame seeds put into the big whirling oil expeller are innumerable, the one substance in them is the oil. 544. To know though the real clarity chit in the state where immense bliss, ananda, and the non-dual self-existence, sat, are shining as one, that no such duality as knowing and not knowing has ever existed at all, is the true knowledge. 545. Knowledge and ignorance can exist only pertaining to external second-person objects. But since they, knowledge and ignorance, do not exist in the real state where self alone shines, the true knowledge is that one in which the duality of knowledge and ignorance does not exist. 546. Some say, know thyself. But is there anyone who does not know himself? Tell me, is it not equally ignorant to say, I have realized self, as to say, I have not realized self?
Sadhu Om. It is worth reading verse 33 of Uladu Narpadu here. Jnanas, who have gained self-knowledge, never say, I have realized myself, or I have not realized myself. Refer to Sri Bhagavan's saying in the second line of the second verse of Sri Arunachala Ashtakam, an I does not rise to say I have seen. How then can an I rise to say I have not seen? The state in which the ego does not rise is the state beyond knowing and not knowing.
547. If one remains merely as consciousness, that is, as I am, in other words, in self-abidance, atmanishta, ignorance, which is one of the dyad of ignorance and knowledge, will not exist. Hence, ignorance is false. Self-consciousness alone is real. When correctly known, it is ignorance to say that there is ignorance. Verily, pure consciousness is our nature. Thus should you know. Chapter 11. Concerning Delusion, Marul Tiran. 548. It is only so long as one thinks I know other things that the delusion I do not know myself will remain. When such a thought is removed by the experience of the ever-existing self-knowledge, that delusion will become false, that is, will become non-existent.
Sadhu Om. Since whenever anything is known, our power of attention takes the form of a thought, vritti. I know other things, a false delusion, I do not know myself, prevails. But when the discrimination, viveka, whenever I know any other thing, it is known because I exist there, and hence every knowledge of my own existence is already there, shines more and more through inquiry. Vichara. The truth, there is no time in which I do not know myself, will dawn. This is the eternal, ever-attained state of self-knowledge.
549. Since the nature of self is the perfect whole, all and one without another, knowing all other things instead of inquiring within, what is my real nature, in other words, who am I, is but mere delusion. 550. In the same manner as a dream appears in the mind space by mere mental imagination, the scene of this world picture, as our life, appears in this waking state. Therefore, to abide in self by firmly knowing thus, by destroying all objective knowledge, the knowledge of second and third persons in this waking state, and by annihilating all the foolish desires for the objective scenes here, alone is worthy. 551. Only those ignorant ones who do not inquire and know heart, the supreme thing, will be frightened and deluded by the deceitful Maya, but bright Jnanis, who have experienced the supreme self, the ocean of bliss, will not be afraid of it. Maya. 552. The crazy people who do not know the non-dual reality self, which exists and shines as one, and who with the jaundiced eye of ignorance see self as many, are just like those who see many mirages in the desert.
Sri Muruganar. Through this verse, Sri Bhagavan indicates that it is certain that those who have the dual outlook will be disappointed and will suffer much in this life.
Chapter 12. Concerning Waking and Dream, Nanakana Tiran. 553. Those who have the eye of Jnana, that is, Jnanis, declare that both waking and dream are the same in defectfulness, because does not even waking, a state of great attachment, disappear just like dream? 554. All the karmas that one has seen that one has done in dream will not give fruit in the waking state. Likewise, all the karmas done in this waking state by the deluded ego sense will not give fruit in the state of self-awakening.
Sadhu Om. This verse emphasizes that for a Jnani, none of the three karmas, agamya, sanchita, or prarabdha, remain to be experienced.
555th. Jnanis say that both dream and waking are the creations of the deluded mind, because in both of them, thoughts and names and forms exist in the same manner.
Michael James referred to Who Am I? Where Sri Bhagavan says, in both waking and dream, thoughts and names and forms, the objects, come into existence simultaneously.
556. When the ego is half-blossomed, dream appears. When the ego is fully blossomed, waking, the world appearance, which is the full bloom of ignorance, comes into existence.
Michael James referred to verse 10 of Drik Drisya Viveka, a work of Sri Adi Sankara, which Sri Bhagavan translated into Tamil prose, where it is said, in deep sleep, where the body remains insentient, jada, the ego is completely subsided in laya. Its half-blossoming is dream. Its full blossoming is waking.
557. When the experience of the fruits of karmas which had caused the waking state to come to an end, and when the fruits of the karmas to be experienced in dream start, the mind, in the same manner as it had taken a body as I in the waking state, will identify and take another body as I in dream.
Michael James referred to Who Am I? Where Sri Bhagavan says, in dream, the mind merely assumes another body.
558. If it is asked, Bene, when the dream body and the waking body are thus different, how does the semen in the waking body drip out when one sees in dream that the dream body has contacted a woman? The answer will be that it is due to the speed of attachment with which one springs from the dream body to the waking body. 559. When the dream is thus found to be an appearance caused by the wavering mind, waking is also the same. As true as are the happenings in the waking state, so true are also the happenings in dream during the time of dreaming.
Michael James referred to Who Am I? Where Sri Bhagavan says, to the extent to which all the events which happen in dream appear at that time to be real.
560. The answer, waking is long and dream is short, was given as a mere consoling reply to the questioner. In truth, however, no such difference exists because, since time itself is a mental conception, the concept of differences in time, such as long and short, appears to be true only because of the deceitful play of Maya, the mind.
Sadhu Om. Sri Bhagavan refers here to the following answer he gave in Who Am I? Except that waking is long and dream is short, there is no difference between the two.
561. The glory of Maya, the mind, which conceives all things within the range of the false darkness of ignorance and deludes, lies in showing and confusing 1 second as an aeon, kalpa, and an aeon as a second.
Sadhu Om. Only within a dark room, and only by means of a limited light, is it possible to project and see a cinema picture. It is impossible to do so in a place where the bright sunlight is shining. Similarly, only within the dark ignorance of forgetfulness of self, and only by means of the mind light, is it possible to project the states of waking and dream, and to see world pictures therein. It is impossible to project and experience waking and dream when, in jnana samadhi, self shines with all its splendor. Hence, the instruction contained in this verse is that it is only by means of Maya, the mind light, that the differences concerning time and space are seen in waking and dream.
562. By ever attending to self, a basic existence, the perfect whole, the eye of the light of knowledge, drive away the two dreams, waking and dream, which are experienced by the ego, and which are mere illusory imaginations of differences appearing in the darkness of self-forgetfulness. 563. If the mind which is full of ignorant delusion, and which sees the worlds in dreams, in the two dreams, that is, in waking and dream, but which does not see its own truth, inquires who it itself is, in other words, who am I, and thereby loses its mind nature, it will then shine as the sun of true knowledge, jnana, remaining at the feet of the Lord. 564. Rightly knowing self is just like one, on awakening from a dream, knowing that all the whirl of sufferings experienced in that dream have become false, and that one is really the same unaffected one who was previously lying safe on the soft bed.
Sadhu Om. In this verse, only the example, upamanam, is clearly described, while the exampled, upameyam, that is, what is illustrated by that example, namely the unaffected state of self, is left to the readers to expand and understand. The jiva, who has forgotten his real nature, is compared to the one who slept on his bed. The sufferings experienced by the jiva, due to the fruits of the karmas done during his innumerable births and deaths, which appear and disappear as dreams in the sleep of the aforesaid forgetfulness of self, are compared to the whirl of sufferings experienced in dream during one's sleep. Then, all the appearances of births and deaths of the jiva coming to an end as false through the real awakening as self, are compared to all the dreams coming to an end as false through one's awakening from sleep. Even though self, the non-dual one, seems to become a jiva and suffer through many births and deaths, in reality, self is unaffected by these false appearances. This is illustrated by the example of a sleeper, who ever remains really the same, unaffected person who was previously lying safe on the soft bed. Sri Muruganar. When one comes to know through self-awakening that all the dyads and triads are false, they will all disappear, having no base, no ego to shine upon. The blissful consciousness which then simply sleeps, or the consciousness which then simply sleeps blissfully, unassociated with the dyads and triads, is the state of rightly knowing self.
565. One's attaining liberation after undergoing great sufferings in samsara, the mundane state of activity, is just like one's awakening from sleep after seeing, due to illusion in a dream, oneself losing one's way, wandering in a desert, suffering much, and then reaching one's town.
Sri Muruganar. This verse is a subtle indication by Sri Bhagavan that even liberation is a mere mental conception, that is, it is false. The truth is that the ever-unbound self alone exists.
B9. Forgetting self, mistaking the body for self, taking innumerable births, and at last knowing self and being self is just like waking from a dream of wandering all over the world. Know thus.
Michael James. This verse, composed by Sri Bhagavan, is verse 1 of Ekatma Panchakam.
Chapter 13. Concerning the different states, Avasta Beta Tiran. 566. If it is possible for the other four elements, namely earth, water, fire, and air, to exist really apart from the vast space, the fifth element, then the three states such as waking, namely waking, dream, and sleep, can also have a real existence apart from the flawless turiya, the state of self.
Michael James. The instruction is that waking, dream, and sleep are unreal.
567. A. The difference between the first three dense states, waking, dream, and sleep, and the fourth and fifth states, turiya and turiyatita, are accepted in sastras only for those who are not able to tear away the dark ignorance of sleep and to immerse and abide firmly in the effulgent turiya, the state of self. 567. B. The difference between the first three dense states and the fourth and fifth states are only for those who are not able to immerse and abide firmly in turiya, which shines piercing through the dark ignorance of sleep.
Sadhu Om. The import of this verse is that advanced aspirants should know that all states other than turiya, which are mentioned in scriptures, I mean sleep, waking, dream, and turiyatita, are unreal. In order to understand these two verses, 566 and 567, more clearly, let the reader refer to verse 32 of Uladu Narpadu, Anubandham, and also to the last pages of Chapter 8 of The Path of Sri Ramana, Part 1.
568. Only so long as the one who is attached to the states, the avasta abhimani, that is, the one who identifies himself with a body and thereby feels, I am now in the waking state, I was having dreams, exists, will the aforesaid five different states be known as if existing. But when this attached one, abhimani, who has risen in the form of an ego consciousness, is lost through self-enquiry, all the differences that pertain to the states will also end.
Sadhu Om. The Tamil word arive may be taken to mean know that, instead of in the form of an ego consciousness.
569. The one, the Jnani, who has by supreme devotion, that is, by complete self-surrender, attained the kingdom of the supreme state, para-avasta, that is, self, through his natural supreme state, never sees that any state other than that really exists.
Sadhu Om. Just as one big open space becomes three parts when two partition walls are newly erected in the midst of it, so when the two kinds of body identification, namely the identification with the waking body and the identification with the dream body, imaginarily rise, our one unbroken self-consciousness itself appears to become three states, namely waking, dream, and sleep. We who experience and name our original state when the body in waking is identified as I, and as the dream state when the body in dream is identified as I, also experience and name our original adjunctless state of pure self-consciousness, which then remains as if our third state as sleep. When the two walls of waking and dream in the form of the two body identifications are destroyed through self-enquiry, our unlimited, natural and single self-consciousness is experienced as the one adjunctless clear state, like the one big open space. Since this is experienced as a new state, completely different from those three states, waking, dream, and sleep experienced till then, it is named by scriptures as the fourth, turiya. But when the knowledge, this is nothing but our eternal natural state, dawns through the well-established experience of the natural state of self, sahaja atma sthita, and when waking, dream, and sleep are thereby known to be unreal, the name turiya, the fourth, will also become meaningless, since this state will have thus lost its newness. Hence, since this natural, non-dual, eternal self-consciousness thus cannot be called turiya, the fourth state. The scriptures again named it as turiyatita, the state of transcending turiya, the fifth state. But all these classifications and differences of states are merely verbal, and in reality, they do not exist at all. These 5 kinds of states are classified and told to aspirants during their period of ignorance and for their mental satisfaction. The Jnani's experience is the one mere consciousness of self-existence, which is beyond all states.
Chapter 14. Concerning the 2 karmas, good and bad, Iruvinai Tiran. 570. So long as one thinks I, an individual, am existing, it is proper to accept the theory that, on account of egoism, the attachment to the body, one certainly has to do with a sense of doership, the 2 kinds of karma, good and bad, and to experience their fruits.
Sadhu Om. No one can deny the karma theory, the theory that everyone has to do actions, karmas, and reap experience their fruits, so long as there exists doership, which is the very nature of the ego. Refer also to verse 38 of Uladu Narpadu, in which Sri Bhagavan says, "Only if we are the doer of actions will we have to experience the resulting fruit."
571. God, the Lord of the soul, has appointed the ghost, the ego, as a strange jailer or sentry to protect the body and extend its lifetime until the soul experiences, without missing a bit, all the fruits of karma allotted to it in Prarabdha. 572. It is only the results of one's good and bad actions, karmas done in the past, that come in one's present life as one's pleasures and pains, and also as one's friends and mighty foes, who are the instrumental cause for them, one's pleasures and pains. 573. Do not perform any good action, karma, through a bad means, thinking it is sufficient if it bears good fruit, because if the means is bad, even a good action will turn out to be a bad one. Therefore, even the means of doing good actions should be pure.
Michael James. From this verse, we have to understand that the popular saying, "the end justifies the means," should not be taken as a worthy principle to follow.
574. Those alone are good actions, karmas, which are done lovingly and with a peaceful and pure mind. All those actions which are done with an agitated, desirous, and impure mind are to be classed only as evil actions. Chapter 15. Concerning dyads and triads, Iratai Mupudi Tiran.
Michael James. Dyads, Dvandva in Sanskrit or Iratai in Tamil, means the pairs of opposites such as good and bad, pleasure and pain, knowledge and ignorance, and so on. Triads, Triputi in Sanskrit or Mupudi in Tamil, means the 3 factors of objective knowledge such as knower, knowing, and thing known, experiencer, experiencing and thing experienced, seer, seeing and thing seen, and so on.
575. The nature of the non-self is to remain as the base of the imaginary perception of dyads through the senses by the mind, which has slipped down from the real state of self. There is no room for such dyads or triads in self.
Michael James. The nature of self is oneness. The nature of the non-self is to have dyads and triads. This verse makes clear that the word one, Andru, used by Sri Bhagavan in verse 9 of Uladu Narpadu, where he says, "The dyads and triads always depend for their existence upon the one Andru," does not denote self, but only the ego, which is non-self.
576. This is a thing. Pointing out a limitation thus is the indication that a thing is known. Only because of such an indication, only because such an indication is possible, in other words, only because it is possible to point out a limitation for a thing, does it become possible to define a thing. Thus, a definition of a thing is possible only because that thing is within a limitation. But self, which transcends all, has no limitation, and hence it cannot be known or defined.
Sadhu Om. Since self is not, like dyads and triads, an object of knowledge, it cannot be either pointed out within a limit or defined as such and such.
577. Since the nature of self is to shine as one without another, attention to other things is impossible for it. When the nature of the seer, the ego, is sought and seen, who is it that sees all these dyads and triads? The mind knot will be severed, and hence the dyads and triads will cease to exist. 578. Accept the ever-shining self-knowledge to be the only reality. Reject all the triads, deciding them to be an imaginary dream. 579. Since self is the eternal, non-dual thing, and since there is no means to reach it other than self-attention, know that self itself is the path, self itself is the goal, and that they, the path and the goal, are not different.
Sadhu Om. The sage's saying, "I am the path and I am the goal," is to be recalled here.
580. When the delusive mind which sees differences drowns and dies in the state of self, the one existence consciousness, Sat-chit, all the delusive differences will also turn out to be nothing but the consciousness chit of Brahman self, the existence, Sat. 581. Those who know the alien five sense knowledges say that knowledges are of different kinds. They are ignorant people who cannot rid themselves of the delusion of differences. When the firm true knowledge is obtained by learning how to withdraw the mind from the five senses, which cause the madness of desire, fear, and so on, the differences will cease to exist. Chapter 16. Concerning the enjoyment of sense pleasures, Vidya Bhaga Tiran. 582. The sage Dadyangatharvana, who had experienced the bliss of self, once said, "The pleasure that Indra enjoys with his wife Ayurani is not better than the pleasure enjoyed by a dog with its bitch."
Sri Muruganar. Indra, the king of the heavens, was proudly thinking that the pleasures he enjoyed in heaven were the highest of all. Dadyangatharvana, a great sage, once advised Indra as above, so that the latter might gain desirelessness, vairagya.
For a ravenous hunger, even a gruel of broken rice or a porridge of wild rice flour will be the most delicious food. Therefore, in this world, the cause of pleasure lies not in the nature of the sense objects, but only in the intensity of desire for it.
Sadhu Om. The idea is well explained in The Path of Sri Ramana, Part 1, Chapter 2.
584. That which exists, Sat itself, is consciousness, Chit. The consciousness itself is bliss, Ananda. Deriving pleasure from other things is mere delusion. That is, the pleasure we suppose we derive from other things is illusory, false. Tell me, except in the clear and real self-existence. Can there be real happiness in the imaginary sense objects? 585. A foolish dog crunchingly munching a dry bone with its teeth, making its mouth bleed with wounds and enjoying its own blood, praises, "Nothing will be as tasty as this bone."
Sadhu Om. Just like the dog which does not know that the blood it tastes is coming only from its own mouth, ignorant people who do not know that happiness comes only from their own self seek and amass sense objects, thinking that happiness comes from them.
586. Those interested in arguments, the mere scholars of scriptures, who have not experienced the happiness of consciousness, the bliss of self, who value only the pleasures which are other than self, derived from objects such as women, and who are confused, will finally perish longing for them, the sense pleasures, even at the time of death. 587. The minds of ignorant people, having forgotten the divine life which is flourishing in the heart, and which alone is worthy of being known and enjoyed, will meltingly long for the taste of sense pleasures, which are insignificant fragments. 588. Mean-minded people, being objects of ridicule, will dip only into the pit, the filthy spring of sex. They will never reject it and lovingly take a bath, drowning in the ocean of the supreme bliss of Siva. 589. For those aspirants who have great and intense eagerness to enjoy the ripe fruit of unlimited supreme bliss, the sense pleasures, which are worthy to be liked and enjoyed only by blind people, people blinded by ignorance, who do not know how to save themselves from ruin, are the lowest and fit only for rejection. 590. When one indeed exists as food, that is, as the contentment which is experienced while eating, not knowing this, if one thinks that one eats food in order to obtain contentment and thereby develops the desire to eat more and more, the food, the desire for food, will consume one and make one a slave to an insatiable great hunger, that is, to an insatiable great discontentment.
Sadhu Om. Here the word food, anam, denotes not only the food taken in through the mouth and tasted through the tongue, but also all the other four sense pleasures taken in through the eyes, ears, nose, and skin. We think that the food gives us substantial existence, whereas truly we ourself are the substance, vastu, or existence, sat. We do not know that our very nature is existence, sat. Since we are happiness or contentment itself, it is foolish for us to expect to derive contentment from food, sense objects. If we, the existence, sat, the fullness of contentment, ananda, desire to obtain sense objects for our contentment, our nature of fullness of contentment is made by that desire into a nature of deficiency. Thus it, the desire, swallows us, kills us, by creating an insatiable fire of desire.
591. Those who do not know that, whenever they eat, the food itself is eating away their life, thinking that they are eating the enjoyments bogus, crave for, and run after them.
Sadhu Om. Since food and similar objects of enjoyment make the jivas crave for them more and more, as they are enjoyed more and more, they take the jivas far away from the desire for self. Since death is nothing but being separated from life, in other words, being separated from self, food and other objects of enjoyment, which separate us from self, are here said to be eating away our life or killing us, the jivas, as we enjoy them more and more.
592. Just as by feeding it with ghee, a fire will blaze forth and will not be extinguished, so by satisfying desires, the fire of desire will never subside.
Michael James. The word here in Tamil is kama, which denotes desire in general and lust in particular. Verse form, not put out with flaming wrath. The flame by ghee just blazes forth. The fire of desire ne'er subsides. As more and more 'tis satisfied.
593. Oh, is it only by touch or bite? On scrutiny, the answer will be no, even by sight or mere thought of it. The snake of the five sense desires kills the soul. Hence, we have never seen a more poisonous snake than sense desire. Chapter 17. Concerning mind, the Maya, Mana Mayai Tiran. 594. Maya proudly smiles over her own victory in completely deluding even the most intelligent people in such a way that they feel that that which is in truth unreal, namely the ego, world, and so on, is the only reality.
Sadhu Om. It is the play of Maya which makes one feel, I am so-and-so. I am a jiva, an individual soul, when in fact the ego is non-existent. Even those who are well-learned and who have a sharp intellect, thinking that they are the body, that is, that they are individual souls, crave to acquire occult powers, siddhis, and to perform miracles, and thereby to gain glory for themselves, the so-called individuals. Therefore, Sri Bhagavan points out that Maya has deluded, conquered, and brought even them under her mighty, vicious sway.
595. When the light of self-knowledge, I am, is experienced within, what will it matter if a flood of darkness, the appearance of the world, prevails outside? That dense darkness can never veil the self-light, I am.
Sadhu Om. However long, dark, and dense is a person's shadow on the ground, it cannot veil the sun in the sky. Similarly, however innumerable are the worlds outside, which come into existence only because of the self-existence, their apparent existence cannot veil the self-existence. I am.
596. To say that the destructible, non-existent, asat, and insentient Jada Maya had once bound under its sway self, the light of knowledge, which is the only sat and only chit, that is, the only real, sentient, and indestructible thing, is more foolish and ridiculous than to say that a small mosquito had swallowed the vast sky and then vomited it.
Sadhu Om. The Sanskrit word Maya means that which is not. Ya, what? Ma, firth, is not.
597. When it is established by the experience of the sages and by the words of the scriptures that heart, self, the form of perfect knowledge, jnana, is the only existing and real thing, is not this so-called great Maya a mere myth? Then how strange is the opinion held by some that self or Brahman is deluded by the bite of this serpent, the mind Maya. Sadhu Om. Since it is well established from all that has been said in the above stanzas that Maya is non-existent, is it not clear that the five functions, panchakrityas, namely creation, sustenance, destruction, veiling, and grace, which are said to be the play of Maya, are unreal, and that ajata is the only correct conclusion? Siddhan? Chapter 18. Concerning ignorance. Padai Mai Tiran. 598. Ignorant people who identify the body as I, seeing jnanis who experience Brahman as I, remark, as if defining the supreme state of jnana, see, if these people are in the state of Advaita, how then do they take food, do activities, and so on? Saying thus, they expose their own ignorance, that of mistaking the insentient body for I.
Sadhu Om. Since ignorant people experience only the feeling I am the body, they can only see even jhanas, who on the contrary experience the Supreme Self to be I, as mere bodies. This is in accordance with the rule, as is the eye, the seer, so is the sight, the thing seen. Refer to verse 4 of Uladu Narpadu. Can the sight be otherwise than the eye? Hence, Sri Bhagavan ridicules such ignorant people who talk, taking the activities of the body, the non-self, to be the activities of the janani, the self, and says that they are thereby exposing their own ignorance. The ignorance of taking the body to be self.
599. A girl who has not attained the age of puberty feels very happy, thinking the grandeur of the celebration of her marriage to be conjugal union. Likewise, the learned who have not inquired within and known self feel very proud and happy about the verbal Vedanta they prattle, thinking it to be the non-dual knowledge, Advaita Jnana.
Michael James. The simile used in this verse refers to the ancient custom of child marriage.
600. Those who have learnt the supreme science of self, Atma Paratattva, only by reading and hearing from scriptures, who rate themselves very highly because of their power of intellect, yet who have not tested themselves, inquired into themselves, the knowers of the scriptures, thereby losing their individuality and drowning in bliss, test with the yardstick of their scriptural knowledge, jnanas, who are in silence. Oh, tell me, what a great foolishness is this! 601. Those who do not have the ability to know even their own self, yet make great efforts through tapas, yoga, scientific or historical research, astrology, and so on, to know how was the past and how will be the future, are just like a small child who jumps to catch its own shadow.
Michael James. How was the past and how will be the future? That is, how was the world in the past and how will it be in the future? Who were we in our past lives and who will we be in our future lives? What will be our future in this present life? And so on and so forth.
602. Those who, because of the faltering of their mind, cannot know the state in which they are at present, meditate deeply in order to find out their state in their distant past and distant future. 603. Those who do not have even the least liking to know, how are we today? What is our true existence today? Think and worry much about their truth, their condition, before their present birth and after their death. How strange is their attitude. 604. Is it by Siva's entering there that the mind, Chittam, becomes pure, or by the purification of the mind that Siva enters there? Since those who ask thus are so ignorant as to take the one non-different action as two different ones, we have no answer to give them.
Sadhu Om. Is it not clear that those who ask this question think that Siva's entering the Chittam and the purification of the Chittam are two different actions? Unless they really are two different actions, we cannot say that one is the cause and the other is the effect. In truth, however, they are not two, but one and the same. In other words, the pure condition of the Chittam is itself Siva, and Siva is nothing but the pure Chittam, that is, Chit. Because the question is thus based upon a false premise, it cannot be considered to be a meaningful question, and hence no meaningful answer for it can be given. That is why Sri Bhagavan says, we have no answer to give them.
Chapter 19. Concerning immaturity, Apakva Tiran. 605. Why do these people of immature mind, who are melting and weeping with the longing to obtain easily the 5 sense pleasures, come and associate with sadhus, who always live the aim of conquering and completely destroying the 5 sense pleasures?
Sadhu Om and Michael James. Do not people who, even though they may hold degrees or high and powerful positions in society, are immature, approach sadhus with worldly offerings and wait in their holy presence for the fulfillment of their desires. This is not only foolish, but also improper, since such worldly people are mad after the five sense pleasures, whereas sadhus are totally destroying the desire for the five sense pleasures by the power of their tapas. They have no business with sadhus. The following incident will throw more light on this point. One evening at 4 p.m. during Sri Bhagavan's stay at Virupaksha cave, an old Brahmin came there with his daughter and offered a big plateful of costly sweets. Sri Bhagavan accepted a little of it, and the rest was distributed to all the devotees present, who were immensely happy, since in those days they were not getting even enough ordinary food to satisfy their needs. The devotees were very happy, but Sri Bhagavan did not seem to be so pleased. On the third day, when she came with her usual plate, though all the devotees were very happy, Sri Bhagavan told her with a look of displeasure, "What is this? Why do you bring today also? I did not mind when you brought it once or twice, but why do you daily bring such costly things? If there is any expectation behind these offerings, it is wrong. This is not the place for the fulfillment of worldly desires. If you have any such desire, do not bring these offerings from tomorrow onwards." Next day, to the great disappointment of many of the devotees, she did not come. One of the devotees afterwards inquired from her father and came to know that, in spite of having passed the normal age, the girl had not yet attained maturity for her marriage, and that someone had advised her father that if such offerings were made to Sri Bhagavan, their desire would be fulfilled.
Chapter 20. Concerning Pramada, Pramada Tiran.
Michael James, Pramada means inadvertence, that is, giving up an action that has been started. In the spiritual path, it means non-vigilance in self-attention. In other words, slipping down from self-abidance.
606. The jiva called Vyavaharika, the soul in the waking state, who comes into being, due to pramada, from the wonderful, naturally existing state of self-consciousness, who remains in the waking state experiencing the results of his own good and bad actions, karmas, and who subsides, is also a swapna kalpita, a soul in dream.
Michael James. This verse would fit well in the chapter concerning the oneness of jiva. Eka Jiva Tiran, Part 2, Chapter 9. To connect it to this present chapter heading, however, the words due to pramada are added in brackets. In scriptures, the soul, jiva, is described as having three forms, namely 1. Kutastha, the soul existing in sleep; 2. Vyavaharika, the soul existing in the waking state; and 3. Swapna Kalpita, the soul imagined in the dream state, which are given importance according to their reality. According to scriptures, Kutastha is more real than Vyavaharika, and Vyavaharika is more real than Swapna Kalpita, since Swapna Kalpita is an imaginary being, that is, he is the one who, through imagination, comes into existence in dream. But in this verse, Sri Bhagavan declares that not only Swapna Kalpita, but even Vyavaharika is imaginary, that Vyavaharika therefore has no greater reality than Swapna Kalpita, and that Vyavaharika is merely another kind of Swapna Kalpita, because Vyavaharika's reality is the same as the reality of the world in which he lives and acts. Since this world in the waking state is also nothing but an imaginary, dreamlike thing, Sri Bhagavan declares that even Vyavaharika is a Swapna Kalpita.
607. Because they have slipped down from the fearless state of self, the souls, feeling themselves to be low and mean, undergo the sufferings of birth and death. People who slip down from their status are like a hair which has dropped down from the head.
Sadhu Om. In Tamil, The last two lines of this verse, given here within quotation marks, are verse 964 of Tirukkural. Because of the chapter heading, namely Family Prestige, under which this verse appears in the Tirukkural, it is interpreted to mean that if one of high birth behaves unbecomingly, he will immediately lose all his worth, like a hair that has fallen from the head. However, by adding two more lines at the beginning of this verse of the Tirukkural, Sri Muruganar has given it a much deeper import, namely that by falling from the state of self, in other words, by rising as a jiva, we lose our true glory and become a mean and worthless creature.
608. Instead of knowing the state of self, which is eternally clear like a mountain in an open plain, and abiding firmly in it, one who wanders away as a jiva is like one, the 10th man, who counts only the other 9 people and forgets to count himself.
Michael James referred to the story of the 10th man, given in Maharshi's Gospel, Book 2, Chapter 1.
Instead of keenly inquiring, "Who am I?" within the heart, the rising place of thought, where the divine thing, Siva, shines devoid of thought, and knowing it, the divine thing, merging into it and becoming one with it as I am that, it is foolish to slip down from the self. 610. If we always remain as the perfect and foremost thing, self the great, how can degradation be caused by others, since there are no others in the state of self-perfection? People who slip down from their status are like a hair which has dropped down from the head.
Michael James. That is to say, only when one slips down from self does one become a mean and degraded jiva, just as the hair loses its worth only when it falls from the head.
611. One who, believing the mental objects which appear in front of him on account of delusion to be real, slips down from self, that is, gives up abiding as self, the wondrous, foremost, and pure knowledge, is a mad fool. 612. Undiluted by whatever dyads and triads appear or disappear in front of you, always unwinkingly attend to self. For even if the non-vigilance apramada that disturbs self-attention is very small, that evil that results from it will be very great.
Sri Muruganar. To be ever attentively awakened in one's own state, self, without being glamored by the appearance of any kinds of dyads and triads, is jnana samadhi. That is liberation too. If, on the other hand, one forgets self, the consciousness, and thinks even in the least that there are objects to be known, that pramada, no matter how slight it may be, itself will cause great evil, just as even a little drop of poison will do great harm.
Chapter 21. Concerning samsara, samsara tiran.
Michael James. Samsara literally means that which is well-moving, and denotes the ego's state of mundane activity in which it undergoes innumerable births and deaths.
613. The impure mind, which functions as thinking and forgetting, itself is samsara, the sequence of births and deaths. The pure self-consciousness in which the thinking and forgetting mind is dead, itself is the perfect liberation, mukti, devoid of birth and death.
Sri Muruganar. The rising of thought, the rising of the first thought, I am so-and-so, itself is birth, and the forgetfulness of self itself is death. The mind's phenomena of such thinking and forgetting is called samsara. When the mind, freed from its impure state of thinking and forgetting, stands ever holding on to self, that is called the destruction of the mind, mano nasa, which itself is liberation.
614. The big, delusive samsara is nothing but the mind which leaves its true nature of shining as existence, self. which mistakes the fleshy body to be itself, and which is thereby filled with the dense darkness of ignorance, and through that deluded outlook sees the sense objects as if real, like the blueness in the sky. 615. In truth, no thing exists except self. Yet, forsaking the immense non-dual bliss of immortality, the inner delusion, the thought, I am the body, which is the form of Chit Jada Granthi, the knot between the sentient self and the insentient body, undergoes the sequence of births and deaths, known as samsara. 616. One's own chittam, the storehouse of tendencies, vasanas itself, is samsara. Though those, the jivan muktas, who live without samsara, that is, without chittam and its vasanas, are apparently sometimes, due to body karma, prarabdha karma in samsara, that is, involved in mundane activities, they are truly ever strolling in the space of true knowledge, Majnana. Chapter 22. Concerning obstacles, Pratibandha Tiran. 617. The many afflictions which occur with severity like thunderbolts in the life of great devotees are only to establish their pure mind more and more firmly in tapas, that is, in self-abidance, and not to shake them down from it. 618. Discriminating and knowing well that all the sufferings that come by prarabdha in his life are sent to him by God's grace in order to make his mind stronger and thereby save him, let an aspirant bear with them patiently as tapas, without being alarmed even in the least. 619. Just as a gem taken from the mine will not have full luster if it is not polished on the grindstone, so the real tapas, the sadhana which one is doing, will not shine well if it is not provided with trials and tribulations on its way. 620. For a big temple chariot to go along the streets and safely reach its destination, not only the strong linchpins but also the obstructing blocks, which prevent it from dashing into anything by running to the sides of the streets, are indispensable.
Sri Muruganar and Sadhu Om. In the whole of this verse, only an example, upamana, is given, and the exampled, upameya, is left to the reader to infer. It should be understood as follows. Similarly, for an aspirant to successfully complete his tapas or sadhana, not only a blemishless character and mode of life, but also the obstacles that come through prarabdha are indispensable. Hence, an aspirant should accept obstacles patiently, viewing them as being due to grace. For instance, the harsh words, "Why all these for one who is like this?" uttered by the elder brother of young Venkataraman, when patiently accepted, brought forth one great Bhagavan Sri Ramana Maharshi to the world. Not only by unintentional words like these, but even by the intentional troubles caused by wicked people, will great good result in the life of an aspirant.
Chapter 23. Concerning the wonder of Maya, Maya Vichitra Tiran. 621. Though that which ever exists is truly only one, namely self, and though its nature is non-becoming, what a wonder it is that it appears to have become many jivas, to be doing many good and bad karmas, and reaping their results, and thereby, from time immemorial till now, to be taking in 4 ways innumerable births of the 7 types, and finally to succeed in attaining liberation.
Sadhu Om. The 4 ways of taking birth are through seeds, perspiration, eggs and womb, and the 7 types of birth are the devas, human beings, beasts, birds, legless creatures, creatures living in water, and plants.
622. When rightly considered, nothing will be more wonderful and laughable than one's toiling very much, through some sadhana to attain self in the same manner as one toils to attain other objects, even though one really ever remains as the non-dual self. Chapter 24. Concerning the evil of fame, puhashchi navai tiran.
Michael James. The Tamil word puhashchi means both fame and praise.
623. Because it brings one under the great evil of yielding to non-vigilance, pramada, through which one is made to think that one is worthless and mean body, while in fact one is the supreme Brahman. Fame or praise is to be rejected with great contempt and is not at all to be aspired for by wise people.
Sadhu Om. Is not the jiva, the ego, who has a name and form as I am so-and-so, the one who gains fame or receives praise? Therefore, it is possible to aspire for fame or praise only when we take upon ourselves the state of an ego, a wretched and downtrodden state caused by pramada. Hence, it is advised that those wise people who aspire for self-knowledge should necessarily reject the possibility of gaining name and fame. It is highly improper for such aspirants, mumukshus, to run madly after name and fame. Verse 263 of Tirukkural states, "Be born to live with fame. For those who do not achieve fame, it is better not be born." Tiruvalluvar, the author of Tirukkural, has rightly said that fame is essential only for those who want to be born as a jiva, as an ego. But since mumukshus are those who do not like to be born, but who like only to put an end to their jivahood and to realize self, the fame which was recommended by Tiruvalluvar is an obstacle and a great evil for them. That is why Sri Bhagavan says that it should be rejected with contempt by wise people.
624. By exposing oneself due to the desire of being praised by others, one is unnecessarily removing one's protection and creating obstacles to the sadhana one has undertaken.
Sadhu Om. The desire for the annihilation of the ego is the right sign of Atma Sadhana. But fame and praise are things to be gained only by the ego. Therefore, if one has a desire for fame, it means that one does not like to destroy the ego. That is why Sri Bhagavan says that the one who has desire for fame is himself creating obstacles to his sadhana. Therefore, if the Atma sadhana is to progress unobstructed and well protected, it is better for an aspirant to live a life of unknown name and unknown place.
Chapter 25. Concerning the evil of arrogance, Anava Navai Tiran. 625. To be subject to arrogance, the reign of hell, is the great, unacceptable wrong. Who but worthless people will fail to hate the face of that Kalipurusha, that evil arrogance, which should never be seen by good people? 626. To come and sit with straight back and neck, as if great yogis, in the holy presence of jnanis, who are in self-abidance, atmanishta, but then yawning, sleeping, and snoring. This habit of worldly people is highly improper and bad.
Sri Muruganar and Sadhu Om. It is indeed true that such incidents as described in this verse actually used to happen in the presence of Sri Bhagavan. This verse deals with the improper and arrogant behavior of some worldly-minded people who come to the presence of Jivan Muktas and pretend to be great yogis. The holy presence of jnanis like Sri Bhagavan Ramana is very rare on earth. Therefore, on such rare occasions when it is available, instead of using it to eradicate our sleep of ignorance, ajnana, pretending to be in yoga, but actually yawning, sleeping, and snoring due to tamas, is highly improper on the part of people.
Chapter 26. Concerning the birth of misery, dukkha utpati tiran. 627. Though the nature of self ever exists as bliss, one is scorched by the burning sun heat of the misery of birth and death, solely on account of the rising of the ego and its functioning mischievously with the madness of dense delusion. 628. The ego, the vile attachment to the body, as I am this, is the base of all demonic qualities, asura sampa. For those whose illusory ego, maya ahankara, is waxing through contact with the binding mind, nis mamakara, it is indeed impossible to achieve peace. Chapter 27. Concerning the soul, Jiva Bodha Tiran. 629. The petty soul's wandering through the five senses, his suffering in the world, his again turning his attention within, and his resting peacefully in the heart for a while, is just like one's wandering in the hot sun, one's coming back to the cool shade of a tree, and the subsiding of one's heat for a while. 630. The discriminative person, viveki, having once suffered in the hot sunshine, will not like to go again into the sunshine from the shade. Likewise, those who have suffered in the threefold heat of desire for wealth, women, and fame, which scorches this world, should not again turn worldwards, leaving the heart, self.
Michael James, refer to Who Am I, where the simile of wandering in the scorching heat of the sun, which is used in the above two verses, is given by Sri Bhagavan.
631. The embodied souls, jivas, who have apparently risen from the real thing, self or Brahman, cannot, until they merge into the real thing, their source, stand or stop anywhere in spite of any amount or kind of obstacles in the form of pains and pleasures. That is, they cannot stop making efforts, either resting contented with any amount of pleasures or being dejected with any amount of pains experienced in innumerable births of any kind in any world, just as a bird which flies into the vast sky from the ground cannot stand anywhere else until it returns to earth. 632. When the souls, by inquiring, whence am I or who am I, turn and go back to their source along the way they came, since they then merge into their own self, and since the bliss of self is so clearly experienced there by them, they stand still, being well established forever in self. Sadhu Om. Verses 631 and 632 convey the same ideas expressed by Sri Bhagavan in verse 8 of Sri Arunachala Ashtakam. Refer also to the first 7 pages of Chapter 2 of The Path of Sri Ramana, Part 2, where the same idea is elaborately explained. 633. Instead of being saved by the grace of God by thinking of it, the grace, without thinking, that is, by remaining quiet with the consciousness I am. Who can and how to do anything by rising as I am so-and-so? Therefore, by attending to self and thereby not allowing the ghostly ego to rise and attend to other things, remain in the supreme silence where you are that. Chapter 28. Concerning the powerlessness of the soul, Jiva Asakta Tiran. 634. Except by the pure light of God's grace, no one living in this world of ignorance will be able to enjoy the bliss of the supreme jnana, self, which shines even through the darkness of delusion, that is, which shines as the light of knowledge, enabling one to know even the existence of the darkness or ignorance. Chapter 29. Concerning the truth of the object seen, Drisya Unmay Tiran. 635. When one who does not see the truth himself, the seer, who is indispensable for seeing, sees the world as true, the world which is seen by him itself ridicules him and laughs at him within itself, bringing shame on him.
Sadhu Om. This verse, which declares that the world laughs within itself and ridicules the one who sees it as real, has a unique beauty. We may wonder how an insentient thing called world can laugh. That is the beauty of this verse. We should understand this verse having in mind the idea taught in verse 74 of this work. Will not an unchaste and base-natured prostitute laugh within herself when she hears the appreciating words of her infatuated new lover, who says to his friend, "Oh, this woman, my lover, is the most chaste woman in the world." Likewise, the world laughs within itself at those who think that it is real. Thus, this verse personifies the world nicely. Sri Bhagavan gives more emphasis to the fact that the world is unreal by exposing in this verse that the support or evidence of no other is needed to prove the unreality of the world, for the world itself knows that it is unreal. This is the climax of the fun in this verse. This verse contains the same instruction given by Sri Bhagavan in Maharshi's Gospel, Book 2, Chapter 3, 8th edition, page 63. Well then, that world, which you say is really mocking at you for seeking to prove its reality, while of your own reality you are ignorant.
636. Only those which come within the range of light, and not those which are beyond the range of light, can be known to exist. Likewise, only those things, the universe which come within the range of the mind, the reflected light of self, whose function is thinking and forgetting, are known to have existence.
Michael James. The world cannot appear where the mind light is absent. That is to say, in the true light of self, the universe, which consists of objects that are created by thinking, sustained by continuing to think, and destroyed by forgetting, does not at all exist. On the other hand, since self, or God, the truly existing thing, is beyond the range of mind light, to the mind it is non-existent. The reason why self is said to be beyond the range of mind light, whose function is thinking and forgetting, is that it is a thing which can neither be thought of nor forgotten, and which can itself neither think nor forget.
637. When a thing is known in front of you, it only establishes that something exists, but does not establish that the form which is made to appear by the contact of the senses with it is the reality or true nature of that thing.
Michael James. The name and form of a thing which we know is created only by the contact of the five senses with that thing. Since name and form is a mere imagination of the mind, the true nature of anything we know in the world, or as the world, is in fact nothing but self.
638. If, instead of seeing anything in front of you by the mind, you see by the mind the one who sees, all will be found to be oneself, the seer. Then all objective knowledges will be found to be foolish. 639. If the seer, drik, the ego, and the seen, drisya, the world were different in their reality, sat, the act of seeing would never be possible, but since seeing is possible, know that they, the seer and the seen, have one and the same reality.
Sadhu Om. If we now view verse 636 through the eye of the idea given in this verse, we will understand clearly that the reason why it was said there, that only those things which come within the range of the mind are known to have existence, is that seeing is possible only when the seer and the seen are on the same plane of reality, sat. In this verse, we are taught a unique idea. Do not many of us say, "It is easy to see other things since they are different from us, the seer, but it is difficult for us to see self since it is not different from us"? However, if we scrutinize the matter in accordance with this verse, we will find that the law of nature about the seer, seen and seeing is quite contrary to this. It is indirectly but firmly instructed here that to know self is the easiest, because the reality, Sat, of the seer, the ego, is in truth self, the one reality which we want to see or know. We should also consider here the fact that the seeing of a dream is possible only because all the objects seen in that dream have the same reality, Sat, as that of the dreamer who sees the dream. One more point is also to be understood here. Since the reality or nature of the knower, the ego is the same as the reality or nature of all the objects known, not only of all the objects known through the eyes, that is, the objects seen, but also of all the objects known through the other four senses, that is, the objects heard, smelt, tasted, and touched. A thing as world is known to be existing, which is nothing other than the knowledge obtained through the five senses. And since, because it rises and sets, the nature of the ego is false, the world of names and forms, which also has the nature of rising and setting, is also said to be false. But when the real nature of the ego, which lives only by feeding upon the names and forms, which rise and set, is scrutinized, inquired into, and found to be self or Brahman, the true reality, Sat, which does not have the false nature of rising and setting, then the reality of the world will also be found to be self. Refer here to verse 4 of Uladu Narpadu, where Sri Bhagavan asks, "Can the seen be otherwise than the I, the seer? Only then will the absolute truth, namely that even the world is real, that it is Brahman itself, be properly understood. Till then, it is indispensable. And since it will help one to reach the absolute reality, it is also highly recommendable for the aspirants to take the reality, Sat, of the seer, the ego, to be unreal or asat, and also to conclude that, since the world has the same reality, Sat, as the seer, it is unreal."
Chapter 30. Concerning Objective Attention, Suttu Unarvu Tiran. 640. Since the divine bliss is such that it will shine of its own accord if one simply remains still, remains as one's own existence consciousness, instead of inquiring into oneself and knowing that one is really nothing but the Supreme Self, which is devoid of coming and going and thereby enjoying that bliss, it is, alas, a pity that one unnecessarily wanders, attending to second and third persons. That is, that one unnecessarily toils much in the paths of puja, dhyana, and so on.
Michael James. In this verse, it is said in a ridiculing manner that it is futile to toil and wander in order to obtain bliss, which will be ever available if we simply keep still, doing nothing. This verse may also be interpreted to have a second meaning as follows: "For the bliss which will shine even when one remains still, wandering in the sadhana of proudly knowing oneself as the great self, which has no coming, is to attain that bliss." However, since this second meaning is not a coherent sentence, and since the reasoning in it is not consistent, it is not a fitting meaning. Moreover, when the later verses in this chapter are read, it is clear that the aim of this chapter is to expose the futility of objective attention, that is, to expose that self cannot be attained by attention to second and third-person objects, and hence only the first meaning given above will be found to be fitting.
641. Even though, in truth, one ever remains as self, one's efforts to seek self as if one were something else and to attain self is to subside finally by knowing that the self, I shining in anyone, though it now seems to be different from oneself, is not different from oneself. 642. One's thinking that self, which in reality is not other than oneself, is other and toiling very much to attain it through one's own effort, through sadhanas, is just like one's running after one's own shadow to catch it. 643. Since existence itself is clearly shining as the consciousness I in the heart, that reality, the unfalse I or knowledge, and not those objects, vishayas, seen by the physical eye, alone is sakshat, what is seen directly. Therefore, seek and know that. 644. Those who do not keenly attend to and know the existence consciousness which shines ever unsetting in the heart fall into Maya through the objective attention caused by the ego, which rises and attacks with dense delusion. Chapter 31. Concerning the severance of objective attention, Sutu Arutal Tiran. 645. The real intention of the scriptures in saying, "Know the truth of thyself," is nothing but to make one give up the objective attention, the false knowledge. Why? Because the truth of oneself ever shines in everyone as I am, like the sun.
Michael James. Since the truth of oneself is ever shining in everyone as I am, it is not a thing to be known anew. Therefore, when the scriptures say, "Know the truth of thyself," their real intention is simply to make us turn our attention towards the ever-known I am, thereby giving up the attention towards second and third-person objects, for such objective attention alone is wrong knowledge or ajnana. Thus, the intention of the scriptures is not to make us know anything new, but only to make us give up our wrong knowledge. In other words, if we merely give up our objective attention, that itself will make it clear to us that we ever know self.
646. Self, the shining of grace, which does not reveal itself when sought by the mind, which is merely an objective attention, that is, an attention towards second and third persons, will reveal itself when that objective attention, the mind, ceases to function. When I look at her, the new bride will only look down towards the ground, but when I do not look at her, will lovingly look at me and mildly smile within, with joy.
Michael James. The last two lines of this verse are a quotation of verse 1094 of Tirukkural. The unusual way of comparing self to the bride and the ego to the bridegroom is to be noted here. When one seeks to know self as an object through the extroverted mind, it is not revealed. But since the cessation of extroversion is itself introversion or self-wordness, ahamukam, self will automatically shine forth when extroversion ceases. Here, readers are warned not to interpret the simile in the following wrong manner. The bride looks at the bridegroom only when he does not look at her. Therefore, self will reveal itself only when we do not attend to it. That is, only when we attend to the external world. This is not the meaning which is intended when giving this simile. The correct interpretation should be, self cannot be known by mind, but it will automatically shine forth when, and only when, the nature of the mind, namely attending to or knowing only second and third person objects, is destroyed.
647. Do not look at this, do not look at that. If you simply remain without looking at anything, then by that powerful look at one's own being, that is, by that powerful attention to self, I am, you will become the supreme reality which has the outlook of the unlimited space of consciousness, Chittakasa. 648. Except by the Lord's grace, which begins to function when one surrenders oneself completely to His feet with sincere devotion, the reality cannot be cognized merely by the skill of the mind of the jiva. So subtle is the reality. 649. Do not search and wander without attaining any worthy state, in spite of having learnt all arts and having heard all philosophies that are to be heard, simply to remain as love in Him, the Lord, who shines as love, is the state supreme. Chapter 32. Concerning the truth of love, Anbu Unmai Tiran. 650. Those who do not know the taste of love, which is in no way inferior to any of the other 6 tastes, regard love as the 7th taste. But know that love is the basic taste which gives life to all the other 6 different tastes classified in the past.
Michael James. The 6 tastes are sweet, bitter, salty, sour, pungent, and astringent, and love is sometimes classified along with these as the 7th taste.
651. Only those who do not know the inexpressible taste of love will count the taste as 7, as if love were a taste like the other 6 tastes. But since we know well the taste of love, the real taste, we declare that love is the only happy taste, and that none of these others are tastes at all. 652. Only when self, the truth of love, is known, will the knot of all the severe problems in life be severed. Only when the pinnacle of love, the supreme love or parabhakti, is attained can even liberation be said to be attained. Love is verily the heart of all religions.
Sadhu Om. When the true nature of love is realized, it will completely cease to take the form of desire, which is its vritti rupa, that is, which love is in the form of a vritti or movement. When desire is thus removed, all its 5 offshoots, namely anger, miserliness, delusion, arrogance, and jealousy, will also cease to exist. Since all the problems of life are based upon only these 6 vices, it is said that the knot of all problems in life will be severed by realizing the true nature of love. The truth of love is nothing but self. How? Since the real nature of self is Astibhati Priya, or Sat Chitananda, love, Priya, or Ananda cannot be different form self. This is why the sages declare that love is God.
653. The truth behind the saying of wise men, when one goes to see sages, who are the treasures of true and clear knowledge, jnana, one should take some offering and should not go empty-handed, is that one should go with true love for them in the heart. That is, one should not go simply for sightseeing or to test them.
Sri Muruganar. Since other kinds of offering may not be available for everyone and at all times, since even those offerings will be worthless if there is no love in the heart, and since if love alone is present, it will fill up the deficiency created by the absence of all other offerings. Love is here recommended as the supreme offering.
654. Not only by love being obstructed, but also by love being wrongly forced, are all living beings caught in and eaten up by many miseries in life.
Sadhu Om. Evil befalling the things we like is what is mentioned here as love being obstructed, while having things that we dislike forced upon us is what is mentioned here as love being wrongly forced. Thus, when love is allowed to function in the form of a movement, pravritti rupa, that is, as petty desires, likes and dislikes, jivas have to undergo untold miseries in life. Therefore, keeping love in its pure form, not allowing it to take a vritti form as likes and dislikes, is both A, not allowing love to be obstructed, and 2, not allowing love to be wrongly forced. This is why Sri Bhagavan said in the work, Who Am I? Likes and dislikes are both to be disliked.
655. The experience of self, which is nothing but the form of supreme love, is that in which the eyes see only love, the tongue tastes only love, and the touch feels only love, which is bliss.
Michael James. This verse describes that the nature of the experience of self is the one unbroken essence, ekarasa, of love. That is, it explains that this world, which is nothing but the experience gained through the five senses, is transformed into and experienced as self when the dawn of self-knowledge takes place. Verse 62 of this work is to be read once again here. Sri Muruganar, the self-love which shines naturally in everything when all is known as self, is completely different from the false and delusive feeling of pleasure which appears through the mental sense experiences. This divine ecstasy, known as prema or bhakti, is what is expressed by Manika Vachagar in his Thiruvandappahuti as his great experience.
Chapter 33. Concerning Form, Sakala Tiran. 656. Those who say that the reality has no form are those who do not know the reality. For the form of the sage, Sahaja Nishtha, who correctly knows and abides in the reality, self, the nature of which is like the all-pervading nature of space, is verily the form of the reality. Know this.
Sri Muruganar. Through this verse, Sri Bhagavan disproves the saying, the reality has no form. How? Since the sage, Sahajanishtha, who has known the reality as it is none other than the reality, he himself is the very form of that reality. This is what is meant by saying, Janani himself is self. Michael James, Sri Muruganar here refers to the Bhagavad Gita, chapter 7, verse 18, in which Sri Krishna says that the Janani is Atma.
657. Worship of the formless is possible only for those who have lost the notion, I am this form, the body. Any kind of worship, that is, any effort at formless meditation, being done by those who have the notion, I am this form, the body, is nothing but a worship of form. Know this. 658. To worship the formless reality through thought-free thought, that is, by attending to the thought-free self-awareness, I am, is best. If one is incapable of doing this formless worship of God, to worship God in form is proper. 659. Let those who have become a prey to the delusion of action, karma, being unable to follow the original path of the light of self, existence consciousness, worship the form of their beloved God. Then they will gradually lose their delusion towards names and forms and action, and finally, by the grace of God or Guru, attain the Supreme Self.
Sri Muruganar. Self-attention alone is the path described in this verse as the original path. But let those who are urged on to action, karma, being under the sway of ignorance, avidya, and who are thereby unable to follow the original path, take at least to the artificial path of worshipping God in form. This will, in its course, lead them finally to liberation.
660. O mind performing worship, puja of Lord Siva, in form with great Siva bhakti, both within and without, do it consciously without forgetting that God exists everywhere in the form of perfect consciousness.
Sadhu Om. Wherever in this work the word Siva, Hara, or so on is used, it should be taken as referring to God in general, and not as denoting only a particular personal form of God called Siva.
661. If one daily worships the Siva yogi, the sage who has become one with Siva, self, the mind will become one-pointed. Self-enquiry will rise within, through which one will, by giving up objective attention, be established in self, the mere consciousness I am, and thus the disease of the delusion of birth and death will fly away. 662. If the observances prescribed in the Vedas do not abundantly give you real and one-pointed devotion towards the feet of God, know that all the strenuous efforts made by you to observe them strictly and unfailingly are utterly in vain. 663. Those who always worship the holy feet of Allah, God, will achieve all benefits and happiness together, having extinguished all the fire of suffering of the imaginary mental life led by them on account of wicked and sinful actions, karmas.
Sadhu Om. Since this is advice given to some Muslims, Sri Bhagavan used the word Allah instead of God.
664. Forgetting everything that has to be obtained either in this world or in the next, enduring perfectly and with patience all the obstacles that come, and not being disheartened by any amount of poverty that comes, live in the way in which God's grace leads you. 665. For those first-grade sadhus who aspire only to reach the feet of Lord Shiva, God, it is better to live as an object to be pitied in the eyes of the worldly people rather than to be envied. Chapter 34. Concerning the 5 functions of God, Panchakritya Tiran. 666. Know that according to His will, law and plan, every moment of every day the 5 functions of God, creation, sustenance, destruction, veiling, and grace, will be going on perfectly and unceasingly in the universe, which is full of moving and unmoving objects. 667. Every moment, i.e., many millions of times in a second, each atom in the universe is destroyed and newly created. Since this is going on unceasingly, it appears as if they, the objects of the universe, are the same objects existing continuously. Know thus.
Sadhu Om. Though each frame of a cinema film which is projected onto the screen consists of only one unmoving picture, since many such frames are projected in a second, and since the speed of their projection is faster than the grasping power of our eyes, it seems to us as if the film contains one continuously moving picture. Likewise, since everything in this universe, which is under the sway of the 5 functions of God, is created and destroyed by the inexpressible power of God many crores of times in a second, and since the speed with which they are created and destroyed is faster than the grasping power of our mind, that is, since our mind is unable to grasp the interval between each destruction and the subsequent new creation, it seems to us as if the universe is existing continuously. It will be useful here to note what is in fact meant in this verse by the creation and destruction of each atom of the universe. In verse 6 of Uladu Narpadu, Sri Bhagavan asks, "Can there be a world apart from the mind?" And in Who Am I? He says, "Other than thoughts, there is no such thing as the world." Therefore, since the universe is nothing but thoughts, the rising of thoughts is the creation of the universe, and the setting of thoughts is its destruction. All thoughts, which are nothing but second and third persons, rise and set only to the mind, which is nothing but the first thought, "I am the body." Therefore, since all other thoughts can rise only after the mind rises, and since they must set when the mind sets, their rising and setting must necessarily be even more rapid than the rising and setting of the mind, the thought I, which, through the inexpressible and wonderful power of God, itself rises and sets many crores of times in a second. But since the mind is so fickle that it is unable to grasp or cognize even its own rising and setting, how can it grasp the rising and setting of other thoughts? It is because the mind is thus unable to grasp the speed with which other thoughts rise and set, that it appears to the mind as if there is existing continuously something as the universe. Only when the mind scrutinizes itself, the first person, with a keen and subtle attention, and only when it is thereby able to cognize its own rising and setting, will it cease to rise and instead become motionless, akala. And only in that state of motionlessness, in which the mind is no longer a mind but self, Will it be able to understand the rising and setting of the world, the second and third person thoughts? And will it have the supreme power not to allow any thought to rise? It is because Bhagavan Ramana is such a one who ever remains firmly established in self as self that he was able to discover and thus reveal the truth about creation, sustenance, destruction, and so on.
Chapter 35. Concerning the actions of the soul and God, Jivasvara-Sayal-Tiran. 600-68. If it is considered that all the actions of the soul, Jiva, are the actions of God, Siva, then can the Jiva exist as an individual entity separate from Siva? But if the Jiva feels that he is separate from Siva, then the Jiva's actions cannot be Siva's actions, and the Jiva will also be independent of Siva.
Sadhu Om. Not knowing the correct interpretation of the ancient holy words of sages, all are God's actions. Not even an atom can move without the will of God. Many people say whenever miseries come, all these are the results of God's actions. But whenever they get some pleasures in life, they proudly say, these are the results of my past meritorious actions, punya karmas. To rectify such a mistaken outlook of the people, Sri Bhagavan gives this upadesa. Sri Muruganar. This is a very subtle point. If the Jiva's actions are accepted to be Siva's actions, then the Jiva should not remain different from Siva. In such a state, the Jiva will lose all his individual existence and Siva alone will be independent. When the Jiva has thus surrendered, there will be no ego, ahankara, in him anymore. The state of surrender is the state of the complete destruction of the ego. If one acts with egoism, but at the same time says, all are Siva's actions, then it is to be understood that one has not surrendered oneself to Siva.
Chapter 36. Concerning the creation of the soul and God, Jivasvara-Srishti-Tiran. 669. God's creation does not bind. Only the Jiva's creation, which is a mental conception, binds. This is illustrated by the story of the father of the dead son being happy, while the father of the living son lamented.
Sadhu Om. The story mentioned in this verse is as follows. Two neighbors called Rama and Krishna, who lived in a small village in South India, went on a pilgrimage to Kasi. On the way, Rama died of fever, and Krishna continued alone on his pilgrimage. While proceeding to Kasi, Krishna met another pilgrim who was returning to the south and asked him to convey the news of Rama's death to his parents. The pilgrim duly came to that village, but while telling the news, he said, due to forgetfulness, that Krishna had died and that Rama was proceeding towards Kasi. The parents of Krishna wept and grieved over the loss of their son, who was actually alive, while the parents of Rama were rejoicing over the welfare of their son, who was actually dead. Now, was not the wrong knowledge of the parents the cause for their respective misery and happiness? In the same manner, the cause for the miseries of birth and death experienced by the Jivas is only the wrong knowledge, the wrong mental conception. That one is the body. Therefore, the conception, I am the body, which is only a creation of the mind, or jiva, is the sole cause of bondage. This is why Sri Bhagavan says in this verse, only the jiva's creation, which is a mental conception, binds. According to their maturity, does not God bestow upon jivas their allotted prarabdha, the selected and arranged fruits of good and bad karmas, for their own uplift? All that we see as our life in a body, and as a world in which we live, is nothing but our prarabdha. Do we not think that such a world, which is arranged according to our karmas and vasanas, is the creation of God? Thus, the very purpose of the appearance or creation of the world which we see is to teach us vairagya by making us experience pains and pleasures, and thereby to turn our mind towards self. The state in which the mind is ever turned selfwards is liberation or moksha. Therefore, the very purpose of the world, which is said to be God's creation, is not to bind us, but only to liberate us. That is why it is said in this verse, God's creation does not bind.
670. God's vast creation provides the Jnana Guru, God in human form, and enables one to achieve Jnananishta, the state devoid of vasanas, and hence it is always helping jivas to attain liberation.
Sadhu Om. God's creation is due to His unbounded grace, and its very purpose is to enable the jivas to attain liberation, mukti. Refer to Chapter 3, Karma, of the Path of Sri Ramana, Part 2, where it is elaborately explained how God, due to His benign grace, allots and arranges prarabdha in such a way as to help the jivas, who are suffering much on account of the fact that they perform agamya karmas in every lifetime, to attain liberation.
Chapter 37. Concerning Negation, Nedisale Tiran. 671. The fleshly body, the prana, the indrayas, the sense organs, and the organ of action, the mind, the intellect, and the ego ahankara are not I. Even the ignorance of deep sleep, in which only the latent tendencies towards sense knowledges, vishayavasanas, remain, and which is devoid of all sense knowledges and all actions, is not I.
Sadhu Om. Refer to the work Who Am I?, where the ideas in this verse are expressed in prose form by Sri Bhagavan.
672. Since all these above said alien objects will lose their existence if not connected with me, the reality, and since none of them can have either existence or consciousness apart from the reality, all these, which are to be scorned as non-existent, asat, and insentient jada, are not I.
Michael James, refer to the work Who Am I?, where Sri Bhagavan says, after negating as not I, all that is mentioned above, the knowledge which remains alone itself is I.
673rd. Editor's note. This verse was missed out on the manuscript I worked with, probably due to a typing oversight sometime in the 1980s when the original was retyped. 674. Whatever thing among the above said alien objects which are not I acts in whatever way, remain aloof from those activities. That is, from the notion that it is I who acts, and simply be a witness to them.
Sadhu Om. The instructions simply be a witness to them, which Sri Bhagavan gives in this verse, should be correctly understood. The word witness, sakshi, is used in Vedantic scriptures in a special sense, and it should be understood accordingly. The scriptures explain that self or Brahman is a witness to all activities, just as the sun is a witness to all that happens on earth. That is to say, all activities take place in and because of the mere presence of self, just as all that happens on earth takes place in and because of the mere presence of the sun. However, just as the sun is unconcerned with, that is, does not attend to, all that happens on earth, so self is unconcerned with, that is, does not attend to, all the activities that take place in its presence. Refer here to the work Who Am I?, in which Sri Bhagavan has clearly explained this simile of the sun, which is unaffected by and unconcerned with all that happens on earth. Therefore, when Sri Bhagavan says in this verse that we should simply be a witness to all things, he does not mean that we should remain like the sun, unattached to and unconcerned with whatever happens or does not happen in our presence. This is why he also says in this verse, remain aloof from them, for one who is truly aloof from something will not be in the least concerned with that thing and will not attend to it. So long as one attends to something, it means that one is concerned with that thing. In other words, that one is attached to it. That is why in the work Who Am I?, Sri Bhagavan defines non-attachment, the state of remaining aloof from the non-self. Thus, not attending to what is other, anya is non-attachment, vairagya or desirelessness, nirasa. However, unfortunately, nowadays many writers and lecturers who have merely read the Vedantic scriptures but have never understood the correct practice by which one can separate oneself from the non-self, recommend to people that one should witness or observe, that is, attend to all that happens. Thus they have created a false belief in the minds of many aspirants that to witness or observe objects is a jnana sadhana, and that by so witnessing things one can detach oneself from them. In truth, however, such objective attention is only a means of becoming attached to objects, and can never be a means of becoming detached from them. That is why Sri Bhagavan has taught that self-enquiry, which is an attention to the first person or subject, i.e., a non-objective attention, is the sole means of knowing self, and thereby detaching oneself, form, the non-self.
Chapter 38. Concerning the state devoid of tendencies, Nirvasanai Tiran. 675th. Rather than shaving the hair of tendencies vasanas periodically, shaving them permanently by eternal self-abidance, atmanishtha, thereby not allowing them to sprout out in the form of thoughts in the brain, is the glory, i.e. significance, of mundanam. 676. Just like the one thorn which is used to remove another thorn which has pricked deep and is giving pain, even those good tendencies, subhavasanas, after removing the bad tendencies, asubhavasanas in the heart, should also be discarded, since they are also a bondage.
Sadhu Om, those vasanas which we are here advised to eradicate are only the subha and asubha vasanas, and not the satvasana. The satvasana is the force of liking which enables one to remain more and more firmly in sat, that is, in brahmanishtha. Verse 69 of Sri Arunchala Akshara Manamalai, and the third chapter and the first two appendices of the Path of Sri Ramana. Part 2 will throw more light on this subject.
677. Good tendencies, subhavasanas, will be helpful only until all the filthy bad tendencies, asubhavasanas, are destroyed. But the pure state devoid of tendencies, parisuddha nirvasana sthita, in which the innumerable tendencies of both kinds, good and bad, are extinguished, is our supreme goal.
Sadhu Om. Not only bad tendencies, asubha vasanas, but also good tendencies, subha vasanas, have to be destroyed. But the reader should not confuse the word subha vasana with the word satvasana. Satvasana is different from subha vasana, and being essential for self-abidance, atma nishtha, it should be aspired for. It is this satvasana which Sri Bhagavan prays for in verse 69 of Aksharamana Malai.
Chapter 39. Concerning the truth of fasting, upavasa unmai tiran.
Michael James. The word upavasa has two meanings, namely, 1, its literal meaning, living near, upanir, vasa, living, that is, living near God or self, and 2, the meaning which is generally applied to it, fasting. In this verse, however, Sri Bhagavan uses upavasa in its literal sense, and he uses another word, unnavratam, for fasting.
678. Wise people, knowing that not yielding to the taste for the 5 sense pleasures is the truth of fasting, and that abiding unceasingly in self is the truth of upavasa, living near God, will always observe both fasting and upavasa with great love.
Sadhu Om. The true fasting is not refraining from feeding the stomach, but refraining from feeding the 5 senses by not providing them with the objects of pleasure. Since the word upavasa literally means living near, the true upavasa is ever abiding in self, without leaving it.
Chapter 40. Concerning diet regulation, Ahara Niyama Tiran. 679. Since diet regulation develops the sattvic quality of the mind, it will help a long way in self-inquiry. Therefore, what is the need for one, due to confusion, to long for any other observances, niyama? Diet regulation alone will suffice.
Sadhu Om. Diet regulation, ahara nyama, means taking only sattvic food in moderate quantities. Sri Muruganar, aspirants on the path of self-inquiry, often concern themselves about the many other observances, niyamas, which may aid their sadhana. But diet regulation alone will be sufficient, since it is the highest of all observances.
Chapter 41. Concerning aharas or cleanliness, Tuitan Mai Tiran. 680. The reason why the scriptures recommend cleanliness of the body, acharas, is only to make one completely give up the attachment to the body through the vairagya gained by knowing practically that, in spite of being repeatedly cleaned, the filthy and fleshly body again and again becomes filthy. 681. When the Vedas enjoin, marry a girl, is not their inner motive that one should give up the desire for the trivial pleasures of sex. In the same manner, when the Vedas enjoin people to do yagas, say, is not their hidden motive that one should give up all desire for the pleasures of heaven which come as a result of doing yagas.
Sadhu Om. When a mother wants to give some medicine to her child, she will call him into the house by showing him some sweets, for she knows that he will not like the medicine, but will be attracted by the sweets. Likewise, knowing that immature people will not relish the idea of jnana, but will be attracted if they are offered sensual pleasures, the Vedas at first, in the Karma Kanda, show various means to obtain various pleasures. However, just as the secret aim of the mother is to give the medicine to her son when he comes into the house, so the secret aim of the Vedas is to prepare and mature people for the Jnana Kanda by first bringing them to the path of righteousness. The same idea is also expressed in verse 31 of Sri Ramana Padamale by Sri Siva Prakasam Pillai, and also in verses 75 and 76 of the second chapter of Kaivalya Navanitam.
682. Those who happily take as I their fleshy and filthy body, which converts even pure food into rotten filth soon after it is taken, are worse than a pig, which feeds on filth. B10. Those who take as I their body, which takes in pure food and converts it into filth, are worse than a pig which takes in filth and converts it into filth.
Sadhu Om. Just as a man identifies his body as I, so a pig identifies his body as I. Though both are equally wrong in identifying a body as I, Sri Bhagavan points out how the body of a pig is superior to that of a man. That is, the body of a pig eats only filth and excretes it again as filth, whereas the body of a human being eats good, pure food and excretes it as filth. Therefore, Sri Bhagavan's verdict is that those who identify a human body as I are worse than pigs.
Chapter 42. Concerning motivelessness, Nishkamya Tiran. 683. Worshipping God for the sake of some gain is nothing but worshipping that gain itself. Therefore, for those who want to attain the state of Siva, the state of oneness with God, the complete destruction of even a single thought of any gain is indispensable. 684. Good people will never squander their elevated tapas, which is meant to save their soul, for the attainment of the delusive worldly pleasures, either in this world or the next. Know that the act of those who do kamya tapas with the aim of achieving the pleasures of heaven is similar to exchanging a very precious gem for poor gruel.
Sadhu Om. The aim of tapas should be self-realization and not any other thing. Since the tapas of many asuras was done only with the aim of conquering the heavenly worlds and enjoying their pleasures there, it did not lead to their salvation. Likewise, all the tapas done by people with aims other than self-attainment, atma siddhi, will not lead to their salvation. Such people are ignorant and do not know what tapas really is.
Chapter 43. Concerning control of the karanas or instruments of knowledge. Karana Tanda Tiran. 685. If the inner instruments of knowledge, the four antakaranas, namely mind, intellect, chittam, and ego, and the outer instruments of knowledge, the five bahikaranas, namely the eyes, ears, nose, tongue, and skin, have been brought under control day and night, i.e. always, the supreme reality which shines in the inexpressible state of Turiya will dawn.
Sri Muruganar, the subsidence, i.e. control, of all the instruments of knowledge, karanas, naturally at all times will be possible only when the ego subsides permanently. Therefore, aspirants should aim only to destroy the ego. Trying to control each of the above said instruments individually is not the direct path.
686. Instead of preventing the mind from flowing outwards and holding it firmly within, to break the lock, iboi, to go against the restrictions laid down by sages for the control of the mind and allow the mind to run out through the five senses, is as sinful an act as causing the destruction of a city by breaking the city walls and by breaching the banks of the water reservoirs. 687. It is only this that was illustrated by the ancient story of Brahma and Vishnu, who, unnecessarily differing, arguing and quarreling between themselves, tried to test the column of light, Arunachala, with their bewildered minds and failed.
Sadhu Om. Since we experience a separate individual existence only when the existence consciousness of self is extroverted through the five senses, it is best to subside that individuality as one in self, having controlled the five senses.
Chapter 44. Concerning the conquest of the Karanas, Karana Jaya Tiran. 688. By death of the ego, the identification with the body which is composed of the five elements, rejecting with indifference the defects caused by the five elements, earth, water, air, fire, and space, which do not pertain to self, is the conquest of the elements, Bhutajayam.
Sadhu Om. This verse should rather come under a separate chapter heading, The Conquest of the Elements. Many people believe that conquest of the five elements, Bhutajayam, means the ability acquired by some siddhas to control and handle these elements, for example, the ability to walk over water, fire, or air. However, Sri Bhagavan declares in this verse that the true conquest of the five elements is nothing but not identifying as I, the body, which is composed of these elements.
689. The idea, I am the mind, chittam, having gone, and thereby the confusion of the intellect, buddhi, having ceased, and the notions of bondage and liberation having been lost, to attain the city of firmly abiding in self-knowledge is the conquest of the mind, Chittam Jayam.
Sadhu Om. The belief held by many people that conquest of the mind, Chitta Jayam, means one's acquiring the power to achieve whatever one desires, the power to enchant the minds of others, or the power to drive the minds of others according to one's own selfish motives, is wrong. Sri Bhagavan declares in this verse that the power of jnana, which destroys one's own chittam, the mind, or the storehouse of tendencies, is the true Chittam Jayam.
Chapter 45. Concerning asana or posture, asana tiran. 690. remaining steady without slipping down from the knowledge that the whole universe has only self. The supreme space of jnana as its base, asana, is the firm and unshakable posture, asana, for the good samadhi, i.e. sahaja samadhi.
Sadhu Om, for the people of the present day who have been given the gross understanding that folding the legs, straightening the back, directing the eyes towards the tip of the nose, and remaining like a log is the posture of yoga. Yoga asana. Sri Bhagavan teaches in this verse the correct posture for yoga. Yoga asana for jnana yoga.
Chapter 46. Concerning the power of yoga, Yogavali Tiran. 691. Having made the liking to see through the deceitful senses subside, and having thereby ended the mischievous objective, knowing of the mind, the jumping ego, to know the lightless light, prajna or self-consciousness, and the soundless sound, the atmasvarana, I am, in the heart, is the true power of yoga, yoga sakti. 691. Since it is only one's effort put forth in the past births which afterwards, on ripening, becomes the prarabdha of the present and future births, know that it is also possible for oneself, who had previously put forth that effort, to change the prarabdha through the rare effort of turning towards self.
Michael James. The words, the rare effort, which Sri Bhagavan uses here, are to be understood to mean only the effort of turning the mind towards self. For this effort is seldom made by jivas, and is hence the rarest of all efforts. The words change prarabdha are to be understood to mean transcend prarabdha. For by the effort of self-attention, one loses one's individuality, together with the sense of doership and that of experiencership, which are inherent in individuality, and hence one can no longer experience the prarabdha. This idea is confirmed in the next verse.
693. No matter what good karmas yield what pleasures, or what bad karmas yield what pains as their results, conquer the might of both of them by drowning the mind in your own self, the supreme reality.
Sadhu Om and Michael James. When the mind drowns in self, the sense of doership and that of experiencership are lost. Then, since there remains no one to experience the prarabdha, it is said that the prarabdha has been conquered.
694. When even in worldly affairs success is impossible without proper zeal, shraddha, in one's endeavor, one should not allow the zeal, shraddha, in doing spiritual practice to diminish until one becomes one with the limitless Supreme. 695. However great one's past sins may be, if, instead of bitterly thinking, I am a great sinner, and lamenting over it, one dives into self with great steadfastness, one will soon achieve bliss.
Sadhu Om. This verse conveys the same teaching which Sri Bhagavan gave in the work Who Am I?, where he says, however great a sinner one may be, if not lamenting, Oh, I am a sinner, how can I attain salvation? But completely giving up even the thought that one is a sinner, one is steadfast in self-attention, one will surely be saved.
696. Those who have achieved jnana siddhi, the attainment of knowledge in this very birth, through the power of God's grace, and without any effort on their part, as in the kitten illustration, Marjala Nyaya, are those who had devotion towards God in their past births, through their own effort, as in the monkey illustration, Markata Nyaya.
Michael James. Marjala Nyaya means the illustration of the kitten, which, without any effort on its part, is carried here and there by its mother, while Markata Nyaya means the illustration of the baby monkey which, by its own effort, clings to its mother.
697. For those who uninterruptedly concentrate upon the unlimited and all-pervading space of consciousness, Chitrambalam, there is not even an iota of fate, prarabdha. This alone is what is meant by the scriptural saying, "Fate does not exist for those who seek heaven."
Sadhu Om. From this verse, we should understand that the word heaven in the scriptural saying, "Fate does not exist for those who seek heaven," does not denote any world of pleasure, but only the state of liberation, mukti.
698. Know that prarabdha, which, like a whirlwind, unfailingly whirls round and round the mind, which takes the body as I, cannot even in the least stir the mind, which knows itself, and which shines as the pure space of consciousness.
Sadhu Om. The import of this verse is that there is no prarabdha for the jnani.
699th. Tell me, my heart, except attention, dhyana, to self, swarupa, which shines unbroken as one's own being, what contrivance is there to burn to ashes the sense of doership, kartrutva, the wicked mind or ego, which drowns the jiva deep down at the bottom of the ocean of karmas?
Michael James. This verse emphatically teaches that there is no means to destroy the mind or ego other than self-attention, swarupa dhyana.
Chapter 47. Concerning breath control, Uyir Oruka Tiran. 700. Giving up the name and form, the false aspects of the world, which consists of existence, consciousness, bliss, name and form, is exhalation, rachaka. Realizing existence, consciousness, bliss is inhalation, puraka. And ever firmly abiding as existence, consciousness, bliss is retention, kumbhaka. Do such pranayama.
Sadhu Om. Pranayama means the practice of regulating the breath. In Raja Yoga, exhaling the breath is called rachaka, inhaling the breath is called puraka, and retaining the breath in the lungs is called kumbhaka. In this verse, the true significance of pranayama is described according to Jnana Marga. Sri Muruganar, out of the 5 aspects of Brahman, namely existence, consciousness, bliss, name and form, Sat, Chit, Ananda, Nama, and Rupa, the distinguishing features of the world are name and form, and hence completely giving up these two is rachaka. When the false name and form are thus given up as a mirage imagination, what remains are the true aspects, satya amsas, namely existence, consciousness, and bliss. Since these 3, which are the distinguishing features of self, are the reality of the world, realizing them is puraka. Ever abiding in that realization is kumbhaka. That is, destroying the tendencies towards the world, lokavasanas, realizing self and ever abiding as it, is the import of jnana pranayama. Though Sat, Chit, and Ananda are named as if 3 different things, in experience they are truly one and the same.
701. Completely giving up the notion I am the body is rachaka. Diving within through the subtle scrutiny, who am I, is paraka. And abiding as one with self as I am that is kumbhaka. Such is jnana pranayama.
Sadhu Om. In the previous verse, it was said that giving up the names and forms of the world is rachaka, and since unceasingly attending to self is realizing existence consciousness bliss, which is the reality both of the world and of oneself, diving within inquiring, who am I, is here said to be the correct puraka. Since existence, consciousness, and bliss are not really 3 different things, but the one self alone, ever abiding as self is here said to be the correct kumbhaka. Thus, in this verse, jnana pranayama, according to the path of Sri Ramana, is explained in a more practical manner.
702. When one who was deluded into taking himself to be the mind and who was wandering through births and deaths, giving up his delusive dreamlike life, inquires into self, his own state, and ever abides as self, that is the truth of pranayama, Thus should you know.
Michael James. In this verse, giving up one's delusive dreamlike life is to be understood as rechaka. Inquiring into self, one's own state, is to be understood as puraka. And ever abiding as self is to be understood as kumbhaka.
Chapter 48. Concerning the secret of action. Karma Rahasya Tiran. B11. The mere inquiry, to whom are these defects, karma, i.e. kamya karma, action performed with desire, vibhakti, lack of devotion, vayoga, separation from God, and ajnana, ignorance, is itself karma, bhakti yoga, and jnana. How? When thus inquired, I is found to be non-existent, and hence these four defects are also found to be ever non-existent. The truth is then revealed that we ever remain as the defectless self.
Sadhu Om. Since all the benefits of the four yogas, which are charted out for the removal of these four defects, are achieved through the path of self-inquiry, who am I? It is to be understood that if one takes to self-inquiry, none of the four yogas are necessary.
703. The essence metattva of karma is to know the truth of oneself by inquiring, who am I, the doer, who begins to do karmas. Unless the doer of karmas, the ego, is annihilated through inquiry, the perfect peace of supreme bliss, which is the result of karma yoga, cannot be achieved.
Sadhu Om. The import of this verse is that the greatest and most important karma a karma yogi has to do is to inquire into himself and thereby have the ego destroyed, and that self-inquiry is therefore the proper karma yoga.
704. He who has known the truth of, i.e. the non-existence of himself, the doer, alone is the one who has performed all the prescribed karmas without fail. For other than the supreme bliss, which is attained by the annihilation of the ego, what fruit is to be achieved by the hard tapas of daily performing the karmas with great care?
Sadhu Om. This verse reveals the secret that annihilating the ego through self-inquiry is not only doing social service in the spirit of karma yoga, but is also performing all the prescribed daily actions, karmanushtanas, perfectly.
705. Since the defectless non-dual knowledge, Advaita Jnana, alone shines as the goal of the observance of all kinds of dharmas, the Jnani alone is the one who has observed all dharmas.
Sadhu Om. Here, Sri Bhagavan explains the correct meaning of the words one's own dharma, svadharma, used by Sri Krishna in the Bhagavad Gita, chapter 3, verse 35, while teaching about karmas and dharmas. Sva means self, and dharma means to be established in it. Hence, self-abidance, atma nishtha alone, is the true svadharma, suiting all people. Thus, the secret of karma and dharma is taught in this chapter.
Chapter 49. Concerning japa, japa tiran. B12. For those who cannot reach through jnana marga, i.e. self-inquiry, the place, source, where I exists, it is better to know during japa the place where the supreme word, paravak, shines.
Sadhu Om. After seeing the following verse composed by Sri Muruganar, which is a Venba, a four-line verse, Sri Bhagavan composed the above verse, which is a Kural Venba, a two-line verse, giving the same idea in a terser form.
706. For those who cannot dive deep within through silence, the keenest knowledge, seeking what is the source from which the I rises, it is better to scrutinize while mentally doing japa, wherefrom the supreme word, paravak, comes.
Sadhu Om. In the above two verses, Sri Bhagavan has explained the secret behind the second of the two instructions which he gave to Kavyakantha Ganapati Sastri on the 18th of November, 1907. When Ganapati Sastri approached Sri Bhagavan, and prayed for instructions concerning the nature of true tapas, Sri Bhagavan at first remained silent and quietly gazed at him for about 15 minutes. Then Ganapati Sastri again prayed, "I have read about such Mona Upadesa in Sastras, but I am unable to understand it. Graciously instruct me through speech also." The first instruction then given by Sri Bhagavan was his basic teaching, Yathartha Upadesa, who am I? That is, to attend to the source from which I rises. But being bewildered by the novelty of this Upadesa, Ganapati Sastri again asked, "Can that same state be achieved through japa also?" Therefore, seeing that the devotee had a great liking for japa, Sri Bhagavan gave his second instruction, namely, if one repeats a mantra, and if one watches wherefrom the sound of that mantra starts, there the mind will subside. That is tapas. When a rupee coin with a head printed on one side and a flower printed on the other side is shown to a small child, and when his father asks him, "Which coin do you prefer, the one with a head or the one with a flower?" Whether the child asks for the head or the flower, he will be given the same coin by this father, who will simply turn up whichever side the child likes. Just as the father thereby makes his son happy, so Sri Bhagavan made Ganapati Sastri happy by giving him the same instruction a second time in a different form. How? From where else does the sound of a mantra start, except from the person who repeats it? Therefore, watching the source from which the sound of the mantra starts means nothing but attending to I, the first person, who is doing the japa. Thus, gently hiding the fact that his second Upadesa was the same as his first, Sri Bhagavan gave his devotee the same rupee coin, self-enquiry, with the other side turned up, as if he were recommending japa sadhana. The fact that Sri Bhagavan was in an indirect way recommending only self-enquiry, even in his second instruction, as explained in this note, is confirmed in this verse by the words para vak, for in verse 715, Sri Bhagavan explains that para vak means nothing but I.
707. Since you yourself are the form of japa, if you inquire, "Who am I?" and know your nature, you will find that the japa which you were doing previously with effort will be ever going on effortlessly and untiringly in the heart.
Sadhu Om. Of all the names of God, the soundless name I, the first-person singular consciousness, is the foremost. Since God shines equally and as one in all living beings, and since all living beings refer to themselves as I, it is clear that I is the true nature of God. That is why Sri Bhagavan says, "You yourself, the self-consciousness I, are the form of japa." Since the doership in the form of effort is destroyed, when one's own nature is scrutinized through the inquiry, "Who am I?" the sahaja japa, that is, the ever-shining self-consciousness I, which then continues without effort, is what this verse declares will be ever going on effortlessly and untiringly in the heart.
708. Until the objects known merge completely in the knowing subject, i.e. until the sense knowledges, dyads and triads, merge into the mind and become non-existent, and until one firmly knows what the nature of the true self is, what use is it to say vainly by mouth, "I am God, I am God"?
Sadhu Om. Since before knowing self one identifies oneself with the body, if one says, "I am God," it will amount to saying that the body is God, which is not only untrue but also dangerous, for it will increase one's false sense of egoism. Therefore, before one gives up the identification with the body, it is meaningless and useless to repeat the Mahavakyas such as "I am Brahman" and "I am He." Moreover, since after knowing self one abides as Brahman, God alone, it is unnecessary for one to repeat, I am Brahman, I am Brahman, just as it is unnecessary for a man to repeat, I am a man, I am a man. Hence, doing japa of the Mahavakyas is dangerous before self-realization and is unnecessary after self-realization.
709. Instead of wandering about repeating, doing japa of I am the Supreme, quietly abide as the Supreme, not by loudly shouting I am that, but only by abiding as I am that, will the miseries of birth and death go away. 710. Diseases will not be cured merely by repeating the name of the medicine, but only by drinking the medicine. Likewise, the bonds of birth and death will not leave us merely by doing japa of many Mahavakyas, such as I am Siva, Sivoham.
Michael James. What is signified by the phrase, by drinking the medicine, is not mentioned in this verse. But since the previous verse instructs us, quietly abide as the Supreme, we should understand that drinking the medicine means only abiding as the Supreme.
Chapter 50. Concerning the True Temple, Me Koyil Tiran. 711. Those who do not keenly understand that God alone is the temple, i.e. the dwelling place or base, of both the world and soul, build temples for God, and, limiting the unlimited God as a small deity, and thereby veiling him, worship him.
Michael James. The purpose behind this verse is not to condemn temple worship or to instruct aspirants that they should not worship God in the form of a temple deity. Its aim is only to make them understand the limitation of such worship and to help them go further by turning their attention selfwards. However, it is clear from verse 208 of this work that Sri Bhagavan does not condemn temple worship, which has its own value so long as the aspirant identifies his body as I.
Chapter 51. Concerning the holy name, Tiranama Tiran. 712. On scrutiny, when the reality, the heart, ulam, apparently spreads out from the heart in the form of consciousness, I am, to assume many thousands of names, the very first of these is I. Thus should you know.
Sadhu since the Tamil word ulam, which means heart, also means am, the shining of the reality, I. The reality is called by the name ulam. Compare this with the holy words of Sri Bhagavan in the second verse of Sri Arunachala Pancharatnam. Since you shine as I in the heart, your name itself is heart.
713. Since alone with I, the aforesaid first name of God, Am always shines as the light of the reality I. Am is also an equally great name of God. 714. Of all the many thousand names, none is so truly apt, so really beautiful as this name I or Am for God, who abides in the heart without thought.
Sri Muruganar. Of all the thousands of names of God adored in many different religions and in many different languages, there is no other name so beautiful and truly fitting to God as this Am. The name Jehovah, used in the Hebrew language to denote God, means only this.
715. Of all the known names of God, the name I alone will triumphantly shine when the ego is destroyed, rising as the silent supreme word, Munaparavak, in the heart space of those whose attention is introverted.
Sadhu Om. Since it is clear from this verse that what Sri Bhagavan means by the word Paravak is only the Atma Sphurana, I, the reader can understand that what he meant when he said, in verse Bhagavan 12, B12, above 706, of this work, Vak Parai Arstanam Turtle, to know the place where the Paravak shines, was to attend to the source where I shines, which is nothing but the method of self-enquiry. Thus, this verse confirms the idea expressed in the footnote to verse 706. See also verse 1197.
716. Even if one unceasingly remembers that divine name I, it will safely lead one to the source from which thoughts rise, thereby destroying the body-rooted ego.
Sadhu Om. This verse conveys the same teaching that is given by Sri Bhagavan in the following sentence of Who am I? Even if one incessantly thinks I, it will lead to that place, the source of the mind.
717. Though the word I appears to denote the embodied soul or ego, since the embodied soul rises and sets, know that on scrutiny only self, the base of the rising and setting of the embodied soul, is found to be the true import of the word I. Chapter 52. Concerning devotion, Bhaktimai Tiran. 718. The best devotee, Bhaktaman, is only that hero who destroys himself, the ego, who is really a non-existent void and who is denoted by the term thou, Twam, in Sadasava, self, who shines as the meaning of the term that, Tat, through the experience am, the peaceful self-consciousness denoted by the term art, Asi.
Sadhu Om. He who identifies himself with the body and who feels I am so-and-so is the jiva or ego, who is denoted by the term thou, Twam. That which remains out of I am so-and-so after the ego portion so-and-so has been destroyed in the blissful self-consciousness, Sadasiva is I am, which is denoted by the term that, Tat. Thus, in this verse, the Mahavakya that thou art, Tat Twam Asi, of the Vedanta Jnana Marga is explained in the light of the Siddhanta Bhakti Marga. Therefore, it is to be understood that the destruction of the ego, which is the aim of Jnana Marga, is also the aim of Bhakti Marga.
719. The best devotee is only that hero who, in the incomprehensible ocean of bliss, self, destroys the false I, the thought form which floats like a bubble in the water.
Sadhu Om. From the above two verses, it is clear that the Sahaja Janani alone is a perfect devotee of God.
720. Those who, with minds matured through bhakti, have fully drunk the essence of bhakti, will like to attain only the divine nectar of supreme bhakti as the fruit of their bhakti.
Sadhu Om. Devotees of an exalted level will never like to attain siddhis or pleasures either in this world or in heaven as the fruit of their devotion. Since they have tasted the essence of bhakti, they will pray to the Lord to bestow upon them only the boon of ever-increasing devotion towards Him. This subtle secret is revealed by Sri Bhagavan in the last line of the 7th verse of Sri Arunachala Navamanimalai, where he prays, O my dear Lord, grant me only ever-increasing love for thy feet.
721. The silence devoid of the aggressive rising of the ego is liberation, mukti. The evil inadvertence of slipping down from that state of silence itself is non-devotion, vibhakti. Abiding as one with self, with the mind subsiding without rising dividingly as another, is the true Siva Bhakti. Chapter 53. The non-difference of Bhakti and Jnana, Bhakti Jnana Abheda Tiran. 722. On scrutiny, supreme devotion, Parabhakti, and Jnana are in nature one and the same. To say that one of these two is a means to the other is due to not knowing the nature of either of them.
Michael James. Since the state of supreme devotion, Parabhakti, is the loss of individuality, it is nothing but the state of jnana.
723. The reason why even those who have known the truth that bhakti and jnana are one and the same follow only one as if, contrary to what is said above, it were better than the other, is to prevent the aspirants who are following that one, taking it to be better, from leaving it and jumping to the other. Chapter 54. Bhakti and Vihara, Bhakti Vihara Tiran. 724. The attainment of realization, samadhi, which results at the end of the practice of inquiry into the beloved true knowledge, jnana vichara, is solely due to the grace of God, who shines as self, as one's own reality, the soul of the soul.
Michael James. Since self is the real life or soul of the pseudo-soul, the jiva, it is the real God. Therefore, inquiry, which is self-attention done with great love towards self, alone is the true worship of God. Thus, only through the grace of God, the self, does the inquirer become firmly established in samadhi.
725. Unless the Lord, the God and Guru, who resides within as self, by the power of his grace pulls the mind within, who can, by the mere power of the stealthy and mischievous mind, prevent its outgoing nature and reach the heart and rest in peace? 726. The grace of God, whose form is eightfold, cannot be obtained without the grace of Guru. Neither by vidyas, arts and learning, nor by any other means will grace be obtained, but only by bhakti, towards Guru.
Michael James. Since God himself incarnates as Guru, God's grace is proclaimed to be naught without the Guru's grace. Since Guru Bhakti is itself God Bhakti, it alone, and nothing else, will enable one to obtain God's grace.
727th. Let one not doubt whether God's grace, the great support, has been bestowed on one or not, for the fact that one's mind is much interested in inquiry, having a great liking for release from bondage, is itself sufficient proof that God's grace has been bestowed. 728. To tell the truth, the grace of God and the inquiry, "Who am I?", which is the means for abiding within, each being a great help to the other, together lead one to the state of oneness with the Supreme Self. 729. Unless the Supreme Reality, God or Self itself, reveals itself in the heart, the delusion Maya of this world dream will not end. The inquiry, "Who am I who sees this dream?", is the worship upasana, which brings forth the grace of the Supreme for this revelation.
Sadhu Om. Therefore, self-inquiry is the proper upasana that one should do in order to gain the grace of God, and thereby awaken from this world dream.
730. Attending to one's own self is said to be the supreme devotion to God, who is unattainable by the mind and so on, because these two, the self attended to by the inquirer and the God worshipped by the devotees, are in nature, swarupam, one and the same.
Sadhu Om, Swarupam, self, God, Guru, and grace are all different words denoting the same reality.
731. Know that the path of jnana and the path of bhakti are interrelated. Follow these inseparable two paths without dividing one from the other. B13. Attending to self is devotion to the Supreme Lord, because the Lord exists as self. 732. If one sees, "Who am I who longs to gain the grace of the Lord?", the ego anava will be destroyed, and thereby the grace of the Lord will reveal itself. After the ego has thus been destroyed, in the space of grace, which is itself the Lord, no other impurity, mala, will exist. 733. Since the other two impurities, karma and maya, grow only by depending upon the ego, anava, the root attachment, when the ego is destroyed, the other two can by no means survive.
Michael James. According to Saiva Siddhanta, the three impurities, malas, are anava, karma, and maya. The word anava meaning ego, is derived from the word anu, meaning atom, and the reason why it is so called is explained by Sri Muruganar below. Sri Muruganar, the delusion of identifying the body, which is not self as I, is the inner attachment or first attachment. Since this delusion makes us feel self, which is in truth the unbroken consciousness, as an atom-like thing in the body, it is called anavam.
Chapter 55. One-pointed devotion, Ekagra Bhakti Tiran. 734. Those who have one-pointed devotion towards God, like the magnetic needle of a ship's compass, which always stands facing towards the north, will never be perplexed and go astray in the ocean of attachment of this world. 735. Those who live in the world, clinging wholeheartedly to God, are like children who whirl round and round a pillar, holding it firmly. Since they have a strong and unshakable hold on God, they are devoid of ego anava, and therefore will never fall a prey to the delusion of the world. 736. If one fixes one's mind firmly on that pure supreme reality which pervades all activities, one will not be affected by any number of activities that are done.
Sadhu Om. Just as the cinema screen, which is the base pervading all the pictures, is not burnt by a picture of fire or drenched by a picture of a flood, so self, the supreme reality, which is the base pervading all activities, is not affected by any number of activities. Therefore, since the one who attends to self remains as self itself, he is not affected by any number of activities he may appear to be doing. Sri Muruganar. The words all activities include both worldly activities and religious activities. Chaitit. Since he who abides in the reality, self, loses his doership, it is said he will not be affected. Therefore, though it may appear as if he does everything, in fact, he does nothing.
737. Among all the rice grains, only those which move here and there will be crushed by the hand mill, while those which do not move away from the foot of the axle will not be crushed.
Michael James. Likewise, among all the people in the world, only those who stray into worldly desires, leaving the thought of the feet of God, will be ruined by Maya, while those who do not leave his feet will not be so ruined.
Chapter 56. Meditation and Inquiry, Sat-vichara-prayoga. 738. Mentally imagining oneself to be the supreme reality which shines as existence consciousness bliss, Sat-chit-ananda, is meditation, dhyana. Fixing the mind in self so that the seed of false delusion, the ego, is destroyed, is inquiry, vichara.
Sadhu Om. Dhyana is mental activity, an act of imagination by the mind, while vichara is the state of the destruction of the mind, menonasa. The idea expressed in this verse can also be found in prose form in Who Am I?
739. Whoever meditates upon self in whatever bhava, I in whatever form, or with whatever feeling of relationship, attains it only in that bhava, I, in a qualified or saguna manner. Those peaceful ones who remain quiet without any such bhava attain the noble and unqualified state of kaivalya, the nirguna state of self.
Sadhu Om. It is emphasized in this verse that by meditating on God in name and form, one attains God only in that name and form, and that only by remaining still through self-inquiry, without thinking or meditating, can one attain the unqualified nirguna state of God, the state of oneness, kaivalya. From this verse, the reader can understand the correct import of verse 8 of Uladu Narpadu.
740. One source, the self, can be attained only after oneself, the ego, the separate individuality, has been completely annihilated. How to meditate I am that by the ego. Therefore, the ego having been annihilated through self-inquiry, to remain silently in self is the proper way.
Sadhu Om, verse 32 of Uladu Narpadu, should be studied along with this verse. In the previous verse, Sri Bhagavan instructed that worshipping God in name and form will not give the unqualified nirguna state the final attainment. In this verse, he instructs that even the practice of meditation upon the Mahavakyas, such as I am Brahman, which was wrongly believed by people up till now to be meditation on the unqualified nirguna upasana, will not give the final state, since it is nothing but a mere mental act of imagination. Sri Bhagavan asserts that silent self-abidance, which is the correct technique of self-inquiry, alone will give the final attainment.
741. The reason why one sees Siva as this form is he by meditating upon him as if he were one among the sense objects, though in fact he shines as the formless consciousness, and why one laments when that form disappears, is because of the folly of not knowing oneself by inquiring, "Who am I?"
Michael James. Some aspirants meditate upon Siva in a particular form. When, through the strength of that meditation, bhavabala, they see him in that form as an object of sight, they believe that they have attained Siva darshan. But whatever appears at one time will surely disappear at another time, and hence the aspirant will have to lament when the form of his beloved Siva disappears. However, since Siva is in reality the formless, pure consciousness which shines within as I, if the aspirant wishes to attain a darshan of Siva which will never disappear, he need only inquire within, "Who am I?" the seer of this vision, and thereby realize self.
Chapter 57. Meditation upon Self. Swarapa Dhyana Tiran. 742. He who well and truly meditates upon himself, who is consciousness, will be established in Siva, the Self. Chapter 58. Meditation upon Space. Akaya Dhyana Tiran. 743rd. Meditation upon the vast, unexplored, and undivided space will enable one to attain whatever worldly greatness one desires in whatever way one desires.
Sadhu Om. Some people, with an eye on some desired results, meditate not upon any of the names and forms of God, but upon the vast space. Even by such practices, desires are fulfilled.
744. Among those who meditate upon space, only those who then give up that meditation upon vast space by inquiring, "Who am I who meditates upon space?" will attain the true greatness of birthlessness. Others will fall into the cycle of birth and death.
Sadhu Om. It is to be understood that the phrase, "attain whatever greatness one desires," used in the previous verse, denotes only the fulfillment of worldly desires, kamyas, whereas the phrase, "attain the greatness of birthlessness," used in the present verse, denotes the attainment of liberation. Though space is not a name and form like that of God, it also has a name, namely space, and a form, namely vastness, of its own. Besides, it is a second-person object. Therefore, in this verse, it is advised that one should give up such an object of meditation and turn towards self by inquiring, "Who am I who know this space?" Self is the only target of meditation which will bestow the supreme state of birthlessness and deathlessness.
745. To say that one who practiced self-abidance, nishtha, by clinging to the Lord, self, the form of consciousness, lost his balance of mind and became insane, is just like saying that by drinking the nectar of immortality one died. Know thus.
Sadhu Om. It is wrong to say, as worldly people sometimes do, that someone has become mad by following the path of self-inquiry. In this verse, Sri Bhagavan assures us that one will never suffer from any such mental disorder by following this path, and that on the contrary, one will achieve greater clarity and strength of mind. This verse should be read along with the verses in the chapter concerning self-inquiry.
Chapter 59, Meditation upon Time, Kaladhyana Tiran. 746. If you desire to attain the eternal greatness devoid of the defect of birth and death, the correct sadhana is to meditate upon that time, namely the present, which does not have the least modification of coming and going.
Sadhu Om. If we scrutinize the meaning of this verse, in the light of verse 15 of Uladu Narpadu, the past and future exist depending upon the present. They too, while occurring, were and will be present. Therefore, among the three times, the present alone exists. We can understand that what is denoted here by the phrase, "that time which does not have the least modification of coming or going," is only the present. Thus, this verse gives us the rare clue that Atma Sadhana can be done not only in the form of attending to the first person out of the three persons, but also in the form of attending to the present out of the three times. In whichever of these two forms one may do the Atma Sadhana, both the first person and the present time will disappear, being found to be truly non-existent, and the eternal greatness devoid of birth and death will be attained.
747. Those who have given up that conception, the conception of time, having known by attending to the present as instructed in the previous verse, that time is nothing but self, just as the apparent snake is nothing but a rope, are the great ones who attain deathlessness. All others will die, slain by the sword of time.
Sadhu Om. In this verse it is indicated that the present time and the first person are similar in nature. When one scrutinizes or meditates either upon I, the ego, the first person or first place, or upon the present, the first time, the ego and the present will disappear, being found to be non-existent, and our real existence consciousness, Sat-chit, I am, which transcends time and space, alone will remain. This is what is meant by the phrase, "have given up even the conception of time," used by Sri Bhagavan in this verse. It is worth noting here the warning given by Sri Bhagavan in the alternative version of verse 16 of Uladu Narpadu, where he says, "Except we, where is time?" If, without scrutinizing ourself, we mistake the body to be we, time will swallow us. The same idea is expressed in the present verse by the sentence, "All others will die, slain by the sword of time."
748. Those who are firmly established in their own state of self-existence never see any such thing as time, but only their own self. They will no longer know the one whole reality, tattva, as the three different times, present, past, and future. Chapter 60. Practice, Nididhyasana Tiran. 749. If, instead of attending to the outside universe consisting of the earth and so on, which appears to exist only so long as one does not inquire into the truth, and which becomes non-existent when one does inquire, one attends to and knows that which exists in the heart, then there will be no necessity even to have the thought of rebirth.
Sadhu Om. 3 points are to be inferred from this verse, namely, 1. The world has no real existence, and appears to exist only on account of non-inquiry, avichara. 2. Birth and death are mere thoughts, and 3. When one realizes self, that itself is crossing the ocean of birth and death. The last 2 lines of this verse are a verse from the chapter Knowing the Truth, in the section Concerning Renunciation, in the Tirukkural. The way in which this verse of Tirukkural is handled by Sri Muruganar in the present verse is both apt and beautiful.
750. Whatever one thinks of unceasingly until one's death, by the power of such thinking one becomes that. Since one will therefore become self if one always meditates upon self, if with great love one practices self-attention, and thereby knows the nature of the attachments, I and mine, and abides in self so that the attachments are destroyed, the disease of ajnana, which causes birth and death, will not approach one.
Sri Muruganar. It is said in scriptures that one becomes whatever one thinks of at the time the life leaves the body. Therefore, in this verse, it is instructed that those who want liberation should think about self in order to set aside other thoughts, which are the cause of rebirth. Since death can come at any time, any second of our life may be the second prior to death. Therefore, it is Sri Bhagavan's opinion that meditation on self should be done every second.
751. Perfect and peaceful clarity is what the Vedas declare to be the ultimate goal of tapas. On the other hand, whatever abundant and immeasurable benefits are attained through any particular type of tapas, if even then there remains an iota of desire or wavering of mind, then that tapas should be given up at once. 752. As long as a thought arises in one that a thing is indispensable, let one have and enjoy it. But when, through some bitter experiences, a thought rises to be rid of it, it should be given up at once. 753. Do not determine God's grace merely by the achievement of various kinds of prosperity, such as wealth, health, and so on, which come as a result of meritorious deeds, punyas, but only by the peaceful clarity of consciousness, which is devoid of all mental anxieties, which are caused by forgetfulness of self.
Sadhu Om. Ignorant people often think that they have obtained God's grace merely because they are provided with different kinds of worldly well-being such as wealth and health. But these are not the correct signs of God's grace, since they are given to one merely because of one's own punyas, that is, they are the result of prarabdha. The state of jnana, in which one knows self and thereby abides in unbroken peace, devoid of miseries, alone is the true sign of God's grace. It is also to be noted here that the peaceful clarity of self-consciousness, which was said in verse 751 to be the ultimate goal of tapas, is said in this verse to be the true sign of God's grace.
754. Rather than achieving the powerful sankalpa siddhi, which enables one to achieve anything in any way one thinks or desires, attaining the inner peace, where not even a single thought or desire rises, by abiding in the true consciousness self, is the most powerful state.
Sadhu Om. Rather than achieving whatever one desires, to have no desire at all is the perfect state of happiness. In other words, since every desire is nothing but a thought, the power of non-thinking is greater than the power of achieving whatever is thought of.
Chapter 61. Other sadhanas. Sadhana Antara Tiran. 755. The life will become very great for jivas if they practice self-inquiry without wasting the days of their life. If they do so, the feeling, the wretched body form is I, will end, and the ocean of supreme enjoyment will surge within. 756. Other than self-inquiry, which is the best sadhana, there is no sadhana whatsoever to make the mind subside. If made to subside by other sadhanas, the mind will remain a while as if subsided, but will rise up again. 757. Even by breath control, the mind will subside, but this subsidence will last only so long as the breath remains controlled. When the breath starts out, the mind will also start out and will wander externally, driven by the vasanas.
Sadhu Om. The idea expressed in the above two verses can be found in prose form in Who Am I?
Chapter 62. Aids to Inquiry, Vichara Tiran. 758. The best path to subside the activities of the mind, which springs forth externally as the triad or triputi, the seer, the seeing and the object seen, is to train the mind to see its own nature, in other words, to practice self-attention. 759. Since one's own reality, self, shines in itself as I am, it can know itself. The best aid to inquire into the nature of self as it is in the heart is the unrejectable real self-light.
Michael James. Some people say that it is impossible for one to know oneself, just as it is impossible for the eye to see itself. But in the present verse, Sri Bhagavan proves this idea to be wrong. Since the eye is only an insentient instrument through which the sentient mind knows other things, it is unfitting to compare the ever self-luminous self to the eye. Since self, the reality, Sat, shines as consciousness, Chit, itself, it does not need any other consciousness in order to know itself as I am. Hence, the real self-light, self-consciousness, is the only aid required in order to inquire into and know self.
760. That pure state of mind in between two thoughts is the Supreme Self, Paramartha Swarupam. Having known thus through inquiry, to abide in the heart is the supreme state. 761. By continuously doing japa many times, by meditating with love upon a name and form of God, and by observing diet restrictions, that is, taking only sattvic food in moderate quantities, the mind will become one-pointed and will gain strength, the past tendencies having been weakened. 762. Just as the wandering nature, shalana, of an elephant's trunk is easily restrained by the iron chains which it holds, so the stealthy or elusive wandering nature of the base and weak mind will be restrained by the name and form of God which it holds.
Sadhu Om. The idea expressed in the above two verses can also be found in prose form in Who Am I?
763. Only to such a mind which has gained the inner strength of one-pointedness, self-inquiry will be successful. But a weak mind will be like wet wood put into the fire of jnana vikara. 764. Those advanced souls who have given up all desires, knowing that increasing misery alone is the fruit of desires, will attain the eternal bliss of self by taking to the direct path of self-inquiry. Chapter 63. The Limit of Sadhana, Sadhana Elitiran. 765. So long as there is triputi bheda, the experience of the difference between the triad, the knower, the act of knowing and the object known, sadhana is indispensable. From the experience of the triad, triputi, one can determine that the false delusion, the ego, has not yet been annihilated.
Michael James. From this verse it is clear that the ego is the base upon which the triads, triputis, depend for their existence. Therefore the reader should understand that the word one, Andru, used in verse 9 of Uladu Narpadu, denotes only the ego and not self. Refer here to the Path of Sri Ramana, Part 2, Appendix 4, CAC.
766. It is to be understood that as long as in the other two bodies, the gross and subtle bodies, the binding triad, triputi, appears as three different things, so long the attachment to, or bondage to, the delusive causal body will not have been destroyed, and hence the illusory rebirth will not end. 767. If the ego is destroyed by the sadhana of self-inquiry, then nothing will be seen as another. That is, the experience of the triputis will cease. Then, as declared by Advaita, all that was previously known as deceptive other things will be known as only self. 768. Those who have destroyed the ego, the embryo of all names and forms, and who have thereby seen the reality, know the names and forms of this world to be an illusory appearance. Since they shine as the unlimited space of consciousness, which is devoid of names and forms, their decision is that consciousness, their own nature, alone exists. Chapter 64. Self-abidance and discrimination, Nishta Viveka Tiran. 769. Self-abidance, Atmanishta, which shines without defect, alone will destroy all bondage, which is non-self. On the other hand, discrimination, Viveka, which distinguishes the real, one's own nature, from the unreal, is only an aid to pure desirelessness. 770. If you inquire, you will find that you are not that, the body, which you now take yourself to be. Therefore, inquire what you are, drown in the heart, and be directly established as you are that self. 771. Knowing well that there is no permanent foothold anywhere for the soul except in remaining merely as the one reality, destroy desires towards everything, but without aversion towards anything, and abide in the heart as one with the supreme existence consciousness, Sat-chit. 772. Those who have destroyed ignorance by the clarity of knowledge and who are established firmly in self-abidance, Nishta, are completely dead-minded. They will survive as eternal muktas, their mind having been given jiva samadhi, I having been buried alive, at the feet of Siva.
Michael James. The words completely dead-minded, chintai arasetu, used in this verse denote the state of destruction of mind, manonasa. Since when the mind thus dies, it shines as self. It becomes eternal. Such a state of being dead while alive is denoted by the word jiva samadhi. The phrase, they will survive as eternal muktas, used in the last line of this verse, denotes the state in which the mind thus dies as mind and survives as self. The crucifixion and resurrection of Christ signifies only this. See verse 365.
Chapter 65. Being still, Summa Irutal Tiran. 773. What our Lord, Sri Ramana, firmly teaches us to take to as the greatest and most powerful tapas is only this much, Summa Iru, just be or be still, and not any other duty for the mind to do in the form of thoughts, such as meditation, yoga, and so on.
Sadhu Om. Since rebirth is due to the karmas performed by mind, speech, and body, liberation will only be attained by just being still without the least action of these three instruments. Refer to verse 4 of Atma Vidya Kirtanam, in which Sri Bhagavan says, if we remain being still, without the least action of mind, speech, and body, oh, what a wonder! The self-effulgence will be experienced. Therefore, as indicated in the above verse, the only duty enjoined upon us by Sri Bhagavan is just to be. Refer to Maharshi's Gospel, Book 1, Chapter 6, where Sri Bhagavan says, your duty is to be. Michael James. A more literal translation of the Tamil original of this sentence would be, to be still, Summa Irupadu, alone is your duty.
774. The lazy state of just being and shining as I am is the state of self, and that is the highest state that one can become. Revere as most virtuous ones those who have attained that lazy state, which cannot be attained except by very great and rare tapas.
Sadhu Om. In the above two verses, it is taught that being still is the highest state. To ridicule in an inoffensive manner those who deride this state as a lazy and inert one, Sri Bhagavan here says humorously, "Revere as most virtuous ones those who have attained that lazy state."
Chapter 66. The individual I, Vyashti Aha Tiran. 775. He who behaves as I am so-and-so, the fleshy body, not having the true knowledge I am as I am, will vainly suffer when the body dies, being caught by the net of the dream-like delusion that he is also dying.
Sadhu Om, the knowledge. I am this body, I am so-and-so, is not the correct and true knowledge of oneself. It is only the ego, the false sense of individuality. Knowing oneself merely as I am is I am, without any adjunct such as this or that, is the true knowledge. When Moses saw God in the form of a flame of fire, he asked him who he was, and God replied, "I am that I am." Sri Bhagavan often used to point out this sentence from the Old Testament, which is the only sentence in the Bible the whole of which is printed in capital letters.
776. Since the defectless supreme reality, which is the true knowledge, shines as the primal, one and perfect whole, to rise as an individual separate from the Lord, who cannot be defined as He is this, even in order to worship Him, is wrong.
Sadhu Om. Non-dual union is the state of perfect love. Separation shows a deficiency in love. Hence, however much one worships the Lord after separating oneself from Him as an individual, all such worship shows a deficiency in one's love for Him. Therefore, true love for God is to lose one's separate individuality in Him and to become one with Him.
777. To rise up forcefully as the jumping and suffering false I, different from the reality, the unbroken space of jnana, is the sin of cutting into two parts and slaying the highest non-dual dharma, namely Brahman.
Sadhu Om. Dividing the one, unbroken Brahman into two, a soul who worships and a God who is worshipped, is here said to be committing the heinous sin of Brahmahati, killing Brahman.
778. In the real world, self which shines as one, devoid of knowledge of other things, and movement, shalana, how is it possible for a foreign rule to arise except by one's merely making an empty imagination of a mental world which is seemingly different from God, self?
Sadhu Om. The state of self alone is real, and it exists and shines devoid of knowledge and ignorance, since there is no other thing for it to know or to be ignorant of, and devoid of movement, since it is the unbroken whole. On the other hand, that which appears as a world of multiplicity, and as a jiva which knows that multiplicity and moves in it, is nothing but a mental delusion, and is not real. Thus this verse teaches us that the one self, which is ajata, devoid of creating or being created, alone is the reality.
779. The nature of bondage is merely the rising, ruinous thought, I am different from the reality. Since one surely cannot remain separate from the reality, reject that thought whenever it rises.
Sadhu Om. Is it not by conceiving an imaginary boundary line in the undivided sheet of the Indian Ocean that we determine this is the Bay of Bengal? This line is merely a thought. In truth, the ocean has never been divided. An imaginary form whose limit is determined by this thought becomes the Bay of Bengal. Likewise, it is only because the existence consciousness, I, is wrongly imagined as I am limited to this body, that the feeling I am a limited and bound individual, separate from the self, comes into existence? Is not this bondage merely a thought or an imagination? Hence, since liberation from bondage is only the removal of the first thought, I am the body, this verse instructs that one should remove that thought by vichara whenever it rises.
780. Leaving the state of self, do not think any thought, even the first thought, I. If you do, repent for it and do not commit the same folly again. Do nothing for which you will repent. If you do, it is better not to do such a thing again.
Sadhu Om. The last two lines of this verse are verse 655 of Tirukural, in which Tiruvalluvar talks about the wrongs that a man does. But since all wrongs are committed only after committing the primal wrong of rising as I am a man, an individual called so-and-so, Sri Bhagavan does not merely recommend a way of rectifying other wrongs, but instead he teaches that one should not at all allow the thought, I am a man, to rise, and that if one once allows it to rise, one should at least repent for it and should not allow it to rise again. Thus, Sri Bhagavan deals with the very root of the problem and shows us how to remove the poison in its nascent state.
781. Be not disheartened thinking, when shall I attain the bliss of yoga, the state of self? For the true state of self-knowledge shines ever the same without the condition of a time or a space such as far or near.
Sri Muruganar. Since self is God, self-abidance is itself the supreme yoga. For those who have renounced everything only for the sake of obtaining the bliss of consciousness, Chitananda, the supreme wealth of grace. The thought in the form of excessive longing itself becomes an obstacle to their attaining it. The difference in time such as past and future and in space, such as far and near, exist only in the mental world of imagination and not in the real world of self. Therefore, Sri Bhagavan says, do not lament, when shall I be united with self? For it is better to spend in self-attention that time which one spends in such lamenting.
Sadhu Om. The words ever the same used in Tamil original may also mean ever united or ever attained. Verses 15 and 16 of Uladu Narpadu, which reveal the unreality of time and space, may also be read here. Chapter 67. Retreating to the Source. Mula Munaiva Taran. 782. Inquiring, what is our birthplace source? And thereby knowing and reaching that birthplace is the best of all paths to root out miseries, which can exist only in the place you have entered, and not in the place you were born.
Sadhu Om. From this verse, we have to understand the following. The state of self is our birthplace, and the state of individuality, Jivatman, in which the mind, body, and world appear, is the place we have entered. In the state of self, there are no miseries. It is only in the state of individuality that all kinds of miseries such as birth and death, and all kinds of vices such as desire, can exist. In order to root out all such miseries and defects, self-inquiry is the best path. Since a girl has all her rights and all possibilities for enjoying life only in her husband's home, the place she has entered by marriage, it is a common worldly custom to advise her, leave your birthplace and go to the place you have entered, i.e., go to your husband's home. But quite contrary to such worldly advice, in this verse, Sri Bhagavan advises spiritual aspirants, miseries exist only in the place you have entered. So in order to remove all miseries, go back to your birthplace.
783. O foolish mind who wanders outside searching for happiness, not knowing that the state of liberation is your own right if you go back the way you came out. But that way you will regain the state of liberation, the unending perfect happiness.
Sadhu Om. We should know that the state of our own self is liberation, the eternal happiness, and it is ever our own right. We experience miseries only because we turn our attention outwards, leaving self. Therefore, the sadhana to achieve the seemingly lost happiness is just to turn our attention back towards self, the source from which we rose and came out as a jiva.
784. Until one's own subsidence in the heart self, the center of all, is experienced, the five sense knowledges will not subside even a little, and until the delusive five sense knowledges are completely extinguished, happiness, the knowledge of the reality, will not be attained.
Sadhu Om. The note for verse 604 is also to be read here. The removal of ajnana and the dawn of jnana are not two separate actions. They are one and the same. Thinking these to be two separate actions, one should not be bewildered wondering which is to happen first. The jiva always has the freedom to desire the loss of individuality or ego. Therefore, it is sufficient if the liking for the non-rising of the ego arises in one's heart. Be sure that the liking will be fulfilled by grace.
785. O mind, instead of looking at and thereby worrying about that which is imagined, the world, turn towards your source and enter the heart. In that supreme state of consciousness, all that you were seeking before will become the one non-dual self, your real nature. Chapter 68. The conduct of a sadhaka, sadhakar nadaitiran. 786. When it is said that even the mere slipping down from abidance in the state of the pure, non-dual self is a crime for those who have started to do their duty, namely the true tapas of self-abidance, will it on consideration be proper for them to interfere in the affairs of others?
Sadhu Om. In verse 266 of Tirukkural, Tiruvalluvar says, "Those who do tapas alone are those who do their duties. Therefore, the foremost duty or dharma of an aspirant is to do the true tapas of attending to and abiding in self. Hence, slackness in self-attention is slipping down from one's duty or dharma. In other words, attending to other things is the sin of adharma. When it is so, how much more sinful will it be if an aspirant interferes in the affairs of others?"
787. If one always sees only the good qualities in others instead of seeing any bad, one's life will be very pleasant, having no room for any disgust. 788. Unless one follows the principle, that which is essential to be reformed is only my own mind, one's mind will become more and more impure by seeing the defects of others. 789. O mind, it is not because you have attained egoless, sweet qualities that great ones are kind towards you. It is only because of their greatness of forgiving all your accumulated defects without minding them. Know thus.
Sadhu Om. I have achieved very high qualities and merits, and that is why even great ones are very kind to me. Thinking thus, one should not have a high estimate of one's own merits and maturity. The great ones are always kind to us because they are able to forgive us, ignoring all our bad qualities. Therefore, like them, we should also forgive others for the wrongs they do to us, and should always be kind to them.
790. To err is human nature, yet if those who are strong in having virtuous behavior err, it is good for them to admit their errors and to reform themselves instead of hiding them in order to maintain their prestige. 791. Since the prescribed observances, niyamas, help one for a long distance, they are fit to be accepted and observed. But when they are found to obstruct the highest practice, the inquiry for true knowledge, me jnana vichara. Give them up as useless.
Sadhu Om. All niyamas are prescribed only to develop the sattvic quality in the mind. Since it is only through a sattvic mind that one can understand that self-enquiry alone is the real sadhana, the niyamas will help one only up to that extent. Then, when the aspirant takes to the practice of self-enquiry, whatever niyamas are found to be standing as a hindrance to vihara should at once be given up by him. Since the rising of an I is necessary to observe niyamas, and since in vihara this I should not be allowed to rise at all, the niyamas will leave the aspirant of their own accord, like withered leaves falling from a tree.
792. When whatever you desire is obtained as you desire, do not think that it is due to the power of your tapas. Knowing that it is because of God's grace, love His feet more and more. 793. Let that which happens, happen as it has to happen, i.e., as it is destined by God to happen. Do not think to go against it even in the least. Without doing anything as a new starting, abide as one with the Sakshi, self, who peacefully shines in the heart. 794. The fruit of the Guru's making a failure of one's efforts is to make one understand that only by the Guru's grace, and not merely by one's own effort, can siddhi, the attainment of self-knowledge, be obtained, and thereby to prepare one to seek the Guru's grace.
Sadhu Om. The annihilation of the ego is the aim of all spiritual sadhanas. But if it appears as if there is success in an aspirant's efforts, will there not be room for that ego to sprout out again and wax with more strength, at least in the form, I have done great tapas and succeeded? Therefore, in order to prevent any such thing from happening, even in the earnest efforts of an aspirant, failures are many times made to occur by the Guru's grace.
795. For those who, like Dattatreya, the son of Atri Maharshi, can learn a lesson from everything in this world, on account of their mind being not crooked and perverted, but straightforward, the whole life in the world will be a Gurukulam, a learning center.
Sadhu Om. In Srimad Bhagavatam, it is said that the sage Dattatreya learnt 24 good principles from 24 things which he came across in this world. Likewise, if we are able to learn one good lesson from everything we seek in this world, then the entire world will be our Gurukulam, and our whole life will be a life lived at the feet of the Guru. So that it may not leave me, graciously retain in me the virtue of seeing in every creature I see, at least one good quality shining more in them than in me, and of thereby being humble and submissive towards them. Sri Ramana Sahasram, verse 31.
Chapter 69. Quietude, a mighty Tiran. 796. Higher than quietude there is no achievement. Higher than quietude there is no effort. Higher than quietude there is no tapas. Higher than quietude there is no deathless life.
Sri Muruganar. What is here called quietude is the state of stillness of mind. This can be achieved only by unceasing enquiry, vichara. When the mind knows that in truth there is nothing to reject or to accept, it will lose its movements, chalana, and will abide in supreme peace, paramasanti. Since such peace is the seed of the natural sahaja state, it is here said to be the deathless life. Amara Vaju.
797. Agitation is the trouble-giving enemy. Agitation drives one to do heinous sins. Agitation is drunkenness. Agitation of mind is the deep, dark pit.
Sri Muruganar. Since the rapid movement of very subtle thoughts is itself misery, that agitation is described here as drunkenness and as a heinous enemy. Since all the inner enemies such as desire, anger and pride are nothing but the subtle movements of thoughts. He who has destroyed that movement will from that time be devoid of all kinds of enemies, heinous sins, miseries, and the pit of ignorance.
Chapter 70. The Conduct of a Disciple, Sishya-achara-tiran. 798. Yet, the duty of a disciple is, even in dream, to follow steadfastly and to abide by the worthy teaching given from his immortal experience by the Guru, who shines with the highest divine quality, that of uncaused grace, Avyaja Karuna.
Sadhu Om. The word yet, which starts this verse, alludes to the same yet, which is used in the following passage of Who am I? Just as the prey that has fallen into the jaws of a tiger cannot escape, so those who have come under the glance of the Guru's grace will surely be saved and will never be forsaken. Yet, one should follow without fail the path shown by the Guru.
799. Though those who steadfastly follow the path to salvation may sometimes have to swerve from the Vedic codes, either due to forgetfulness or due to any other reason, such as poverty or disease, they should never go against the words of the Guru.
Sadhu Om. Though the Vedas were given by God Himself, for the sake of those who have followed the Vedas through so many lives and who have thereby achieved maturity of mind, He finally takes the form of the Guru by His grace and teaches the path of self-enquiry so that they may attain non-dual union with Him and thereby enjoy Him, the supreme bliss. When God thus comes in the form of the Guru, His words are to be taken by the disciple as more important and sacred than the words of the Vedas, because the words of the Guru are instructions given to him in his state of maturity, whereas the words of the Vedas were instructions given to him to suit his then state of immaturity. Hence, in this verse, it is implied that if any of the rules of the Vedas stand as obstacles to self-inquiry, even the words of the Vedas should be given up.
800. The words of sages say that if one does wrong, apacharam to God, it can be rectified by the Guru, but an apacharam done to the Guru cannot be rectified even by God.
Sri Muruganar. The words Vedic codes, Vedanari, mean the observances, aharas, and so on prescribed in the Vedas. For those who swerve from the words of the Guru, even if one swerves from the Vedic codes, one should never disobey the Guru's words. Thus it is stressed that devotion to the Guru is greater than devotion to God. Michael James. When verse 801 was shown to Sri Bhagavan, he composed a verse of his own conveying the same meaning. This verse of Sri Bhagavan is given below as verse B14 and is also included in Uladu Narpadu Anubandham as verse 39. Since the meaning of these two verses, which are translations of verse 87 of Sri Adi Sankara's work Tattvopadesa, is the same, only a translation of verse B14 is given here.
B14. O son, always have the experience of non-duality, Advaita, in the heart, but never express non-duality in action. Non-duality may be applied towards the three worlds, but know that non-duality should never be applied towards the Guru.
Michael James. The three worlds are Brahma Loka, Vishnu Loka, and Siva Loka, and applying non-duality towards the three worlds means having a mental attitude, I am not different from Brahma, from Vishnu, or from Siva. However, so long as one's ego or individuality survives, one should not have the attitude, I am not different from the Guru, since such an attitude would be a mere act of imagination and would make one's ego wax all the more. Thus, this verse stresses the same idea as verse 800, namely that whatever wrong one may do to God, one should never do any wrong to the Guru, for the Guru is to be regarded as more sacred even than God.
Chapter 71, Kindness to Jivas, Jiva Karunya Tiran. 802. The Jnani who has saved himself alone can do good to others. Others, who have not dispelled the darkness of ignorance, are like the blind to the blind.
Michael James. When this 4-line verse was shown to Sri Bhagavan, he composed a 2-line verse of his own conveying the same meaning, which is given below.
B15. Only one who is saved can save other jivas, whereas others are like the blind leading the blind. 803. A Jnani who, having destroyed the ego, abides in the state of self, which is jnana, bestows self-knowledge upon those who, troubled by miseries, come to him with faith by destroying the delusion of their body identification. His doing so is the real kindness to jivas, jiva karunya. All other kinds of kindness are of no avail, and hence are not at all real kindness.
Sadhu Om. This verse clearly stresses that bestowing self-knowledge alone is real kindness in the name of charity, philanthropy, or jiva karunya. Even trying to heavenize the world is not at all real kindness, since the state of being a jiva is itself the greatest misery. The real kindness to jivas is the Sadgurus bestowing upon them self-knowledge, and thereby removing their jivahood and granting them sivahood. Let us suppose that a man is dreaming that he and his comrades have been attacked by a tiger. Some of his comrades are wounded, and the tiger is about to attack again. So the man calls out in his dream, asking someone to bring a rifle and a first aid box. His shouting is heard by a friend who is awake. Now, what is the truly kind and useful help that the waking friend can give to the dreaming man? Will it be of any use if he brings a rifle and a first aid box? If he merely taps the man and wakes him up, will that not be the best help, both to the dreaming man and his wounded comrades? All the miseries of a jiva are experienced by him in a dream which is occurring in the long sleep of self-forgetfulness, and hence his waking up from that dream is the only solution for all his miseries. Since the jiva can be awakened to self-knowledge only by someone who is already awake, a jnani alone can do real good to the jiva. If any ajnani tries to relieve the sufferings of another, he will be just like someone in dream bringing a rifle and first aid box. Since he does not know the real cause of the dreaming man's suffering, all his help will be just like one blind man leading another blind man.
804. Since it is said that one must be the doctor for oneself, O doctor, before you come to heal us, first heal yourself and then come to us.
Sadhu Om. This verse paraphrases the English proverb, "Physician, heal thyself." Though this verse is seemingly addressed to a doctor, it is indirectly addressed to the would-be gurus who have merely read the scriptures and who at once come to the public, climb on the lecture platforms, and begin to give instructions. To such people, this verse advises, "O preachers who come to give instructions to others without having yourself attained salvation, before you start to prescribe to us the medicine to remove the disease of birth and death, first heal yourself from that disease, and then come to heal us." Sri Muruganar. Since self-knowledge is for all people the only medicine to cure the disease of birth and death, and since no bodily disease can exist without that disease of birth and death, one should first cure that disease.
Chapter 72, Duty to Ancestors, Pitirar Kadamai Tiran. 805. When the parents are alive, the sons will not protect them by providing them with food and other necessities. But after the parents pass away, those noble and charitable sons will celebrate their annual requiem ceremonies with pomp and glory. How strange is the nature of this world. Chapter 73. Doing good to others. Paropakara-tiran. 806. He who cheats others is his own enemy and is doing harm to himself. 807. All that one gives to others, one is giving only to oneself. If this truth is known, who will refrain from giving to others?
Sadhu Om. The idea expressed in this verse can be found in prose form, in Who Am I?
808. Since everyone is one's own self, whoever does whatever, good or bad, to whomever, is only doing it to himself. Therefore, one should only do good to others. 809. By giving alms to Sridhara, Lord Vishnu, Mahabali became great, even though he was pressed and sent to Patala Loka by the Lord's feet. Therefore, though it is only a ruin that befalls one by giving, it is worthy to give even at the cost of selling oneself.
Sri Muruganar. There is truly nothing in the world which can be bartered for oneself. Though it is so, if it is for the sake of giving, even that, selling oneself, should be done. Thus giving is so much glorified. The loss that is incurred by giving is not at all a loss. The world of good people will not consider it to be a ruin if a person falls in life by giving to others, says verse 117 of Tirukkural.
Chapter 74. Compassion to living beings. Bhuta Dayai Tiran. 810. He who is ever joyous, giving words assuring refuge, abhaya, to all creatures and behaving in such a way that they will not be afraid of him, does not fear even Yama, the god of death, since he is established in the state of equality, having the outlook of self.
Sadhu Om. Since everyone has great attachment towards his body as I, and since death separates him from his body, everyone fears death. But since a Janani has the experience of being separated from the body even while he is living in the body, he alone can have no fear of death, and hence can give abhaya or refuge to anyone.
811. When a strong man by his physical strength does harm to a weak person, the dharma of an aspirant is not to become agitated or to start angrily attacking the wrongdoer, but is to be compassionate towards the weak, knowing that God who pities the weak will punish the wicked properly.
Sadhu Om. In this verse, it is taught that rather than the rajasic nature which prompts one to attack the strong and wicked person, the sattvic nature which prompts one to help the distressed is more fitting to an aspirant. In this context, it is worth remembering how Sri Bhagavan once prevented a devotee from attacking the thieves who had beaten him, and how he was engaged in applying balm on the bruises of the devotees and the dog who had been beaten by the thieves.
812. One who does not have the power to bring back life to a body from which it has parted has no right to remove the life from any body for any reason. 813. Those ignorant and worthless people with evil and cruel habits which are contrary to righteousness will, due to fear in their heart, beat and kill the pitiable and sin-filled creatures such as poisonous hissing snakes.
Sadhu Om. The righteousness mentioned in this verse means compassion to living beings, Bhutadaya, which can truly exist only as a result of the fearlessness mentioned in verse 310, namely, the fearlessness even in front of death. This fearlessness will dawn in one only when the ignorance I am the body is destroyed. Those in whom this ignorance is not destroyed will naturally experience fear due to their attachment to the body. Those in whom this ignorance is not destroyed will naturally experience fear due to their attachment to the body when they see poisonous creatures, such as snakes, and will therefore feel a hatred towards them, and will beat them to death. In order to instruct that it is wrong to do so, such habits are described in this verse as evil habits and contrary to righteousness, and people who have such habits are described as ignorant and worthless. Since the very nature of those creatures is to be poisonous and to harm others, they are said to be sin-filled and pitiable. Therefore, even though they do harm to us, to kill them is not a righteous act. Sri Muruganar. Not only creatures like poisonous snakes, but also people who do sinful acts are unconsciously motivated by inborn hatred. Therefore, however sinful they may be, we should not be angry with them, but should only pity them for their ignorance.
814. The strongest mind, that of a Janani, which is never shaken even by chains of miseries that befall it, will melt more and weep when devotees and others who come to him undergo sufferings.
Sadhu Om. It is well known that Sri Bhagavan remained unruffled, and his face was as cheerful as ever when some thieves beat him, when hundreds of hornets stung his thigh, and finally when the tumor on his left arm gave unbearable pain continuously for 11 months. Yet there were occasions on which Sri Bhagavan melted and shed tears when some devotees came to him grieving over the loss of their children or relatives, or when they were suffering with some incurable disease. Thus, Sri Bhagavan himself exemplified the idea expressed in this verse. The next verse is a question to Sri Bhagavan that was posed by Sri Muruganar.
815. O Venkata, Sri Ramana, when you touched what you thought to be only a widespread, green leafy bush, many hornets stung that very leg, causing it to swell. How is that? You felt repentant for destroying their nest, as if you had deliberately done that wrong which happened unintentionally.
Sri Muruganar. One day, when Sri Bhagavan was strolling on Arunachala, he brushed his leg against a hornet's nest, which was hidden in a green bush. At once, a swarm of hornets flew around his leg and began to sting the leg as if pricking with needles. Sri Bhagavan stood for some time without moving the leg and said, "This punishment is necessary for having caused this trouble. Himsa. Accept it." And the leg became swollen. This verse and the next are a question and answer relating to this incident. Michael James. One day, around the year 1906, Sri Bhagavan was strolling high up on the northern slopes of Arunachala when he happened to see a very large banyan tree. Wishing to have a closer look at it, he moved towards it, but on the way his thigh brushed against and broke a hornet's nest hidden in a green bush. The angry hornets flew out, swarmed around his leg, and violently stung only that thigh which had broken their nest. Taking pity on the hornets, Sri Bhagavan said, "Yes, is it not this thigh that broke their nest? Let it be punished," and patiently allowed his leg to be 240 Sri Muruganar stung by the hornets. The above verse is Sri Muruganar's question about this incident, and the next verse is Sri Bhagavan's answer.
B16. Though the hornet stung the leg and made it swell when it touched, and damaged their nest built in the midst of a green leafy bush, and though it was a wrong that had happened unintentionally, what indeed would be the nature of his mind? Eoe, how stone-like it would be, if he did not at least feel repentant. Chapter 75. The State of Equality, Naduvu Nilai Tiran. 816. It is wrong for those who try to live a just life to leave the state of equality and to take specially for themselves some rights which are not available to all alike.
Sadhu Om. It is worth remembering here that Bhagavan Ramana refused to accept for himself any special food, convenience, or importance which was not provided to everyone in the ashram where he lived. Thus, he himself exemplified what he taught in this verse.
817. If others have some right, then only should one avail oneself of that right. If some right is denied to others, it would be wrong for one to avail oneself of it.
Sadhu Om. Once a foreigner, not knowing the customs of India, was sitting in the hall stretching her legs towards Sri Bhagavan. An ashramite objected to her doing so, saying, "It is wrong to stretch one's legs towards anyone. Please fold your legs." At once, Sri Bhagavan, who was sitting on his couch stretching his legs towards the devotees, folded his legs. This incident shows how Sri Bhagavan did not take any special right for himself if it was not allowed to others.
818. Those who go against the state of equality are those who go against God, who is equality itself. Though they perform due worship to God, they are completely rejecting God worship.
Sadhu Om. Since equality, samatvam, is the nature of God, God experience is called samadhi, the state in which the mind stands in equilibrium. Hence, those who deny equality to others are going against God. Sri Muruganar. Just like the sun or the rain, God does not reject anyone. Sri Ramalinga Swami addresses, "O equality, who stands impartial both to good people and bad. Therefore, devotees should also not swerve from the state of equality. If they swerve, then their worship of God is invalid."
Chapter 76. Conscience. Mana Sandru Tiran. 819. If one's conscience, according to which one has always been acting, once tells one not to live in a seemingly good society, it is better for one to live alone rather than to live in that society, rejecting one's pure conscience.
Sadhu Om. This verse is an instruction given to some good devotees like Sri Muruganar, who came to live in the ashram, believing it to be a favorable environment for their spiritual progress, but who soon had to leave and live alone outside the ashram, having found for one reason or another that it was not a suitable environment. When a seemingly good society is thus bound by an advanced aspirant to be unsuitable, he should follow his conscience and live alone, and should not continue to depend in any way upon that society. However, it should be noted that in this verse, the word conscience means only the conscience of an advanced aspirant, which is why it is referred to as a pure conscience. Since the minds of immature people are often unable to resist their bad tendencies, their conscience may sometimes decide good to be bad and bad to be good, and hence it is not the conscience of such people that is meant here. Rather than being misled by their wrong discrimination, it would be better for such people to follow the advice of their elders.
Sri Muruganar. If one's conscience, being driven by prarabdha, separates and prevents one from living in a good society, it will be better for a wise aspirant to live alone instead of rejecting his pure conscience by trying to live among the same group of people. Chapter 77. Not uttering falsehood. Poyamai Tiran.
Michael James. This verse can be interpreted in two ways.
820. A. Failing to keep a promise one has already given to someone would be wrong as lovingly telling the supreme truth about the self to an anadhikari, one who is unfit. 820. B. It would be wrong on one's part to lovingly tell the supreme truth about the self to an anadhikari, because it would contradict what one had previously taught him, and since it would thus lose its reality in his view, he would refuse to accept it.
Sadhu Om. The word tanil used in this verse can be interpreted in two ways, namely, I to mean as wrong as, or ddt to mean on one's part.
821. Since the Supreme Himself, who stands as the Lord in the heart of all, shines as truth, satyam, the abode of all virtues, one should not break one's given word, even though it is at a time of danger to one's life. If one breaks it, unfailing misery will result. 78 Non-attachment, Anasakti Tyran. 822. The boat may remain in water, but if water enters the boat, it will bring great catastrophe. Likewise, a man may live in the world, but if the world enters the mind of the man, the whole life will be miserable.
Sri Muruganar, it is not the world itself, but only the attachment towards the world which constitutes samsara bandha, the bondage of mundane existence. Attachment is caused by the mind, and not by what is outside. No harm will befall one by one's merely living in the world, but all miseries come into existence only because of one's desire to enjoy the world.
823. Only the pot which takes in water will drown in it, while the log, which does not absorb water, will not drown in it. Likewise, only those who inwardly attach themselves to the world will be deluded, while those who do not attach themselves to the world will not be deluded, even though they are engaged in worldly activities. 824. One who is free at heart from any attachment will never be at any risk, even though engaged in all activities, because of the clarity with which his mind shines. Instead of clinging to this wonderful but utterly false world for refuge, or instead of depending upon it for happiness and thereby drowning in it, it is wise to renounce it inwardly, like a shell of a tamarind fruit, and forget it totally.
Michael James. Even while it is in its shell, the tamarind fruit separates itself from the shell and remains unattached to it. Likewise, even while in the world, the mind should separate itself from the world and remain unattached to it. If instead it clings to the world, depending upon it for happiness, it will drown in it, like a pot that takes in water.
826. A heavy building raised on foundations which are not strongly built will collapse in devastation and disgrace. Therefore, it is essential from the very outset for aspirants who work hard on their spiritual path to adhere strictly and at any cost to the preliminary observances.
Sri Muruganar. Preliminary observances, charyas, here mean devotion, bhakti, and non-attachment, vairagya.
Sadhu Om. If an aspirant does not from the very outset develop the necessary strength of character by practicing control of the senses, when he is taught the Advaitic truth by the scriptures or guru, he will be shaken by his worldly desire before attaining jnana and will experience a downfall.
Sri Muruganar. It is essential in the beginning for aspirants to make an effort to practice controlling the chittavrittis, the mind's running after sense objects. If a beginner moves closely among worldly objects, pretending as if he is free from attachment, he will at last experience disappointment.
827. If one unceasingly and firmly clings to the true being, self, and thereby achieves clarity of true knowledge, the attachments, which are superimposed appearances like the blueness of the sky, will of their own accord go away, leaving one pure. Chapter 79. The Greatness of Renunciation, Taravu Machi Tiran. 828. The path of renunciation is a slippery ground. Slipping away even mentally will lead to great ruin. Therefore, it is the duty of one who walks on the path of renunciation, the slippery ground, to protect himself lest the treacherous forgetfulness should stealthily enter his heart.
Sadhu Om. For those who are beginning on the path of renunciation, the word forgetfulness used here will denote the forgetfulness of observances such as sense control and control of conduct and character, while for those who are well advanced on the path, it will denote the forgetfulness of self.
829. Since it is impossible to know beforehand the last moment of one's life, it is best for one who has a firm determination to put an end to birth and death, to renounce at the very moment he gets disgust for the body and world.
Sri Muruganar. Since Vairagya, the firm determination to put an end to birth and death, is the correct sign of maturity, one should take to renunciation, sannyasa, as soon as a disgust arises in one for the body and world, no matter to which of the 4 ashramas, modes of life, one may belong at that time. The ascending order of ashramas is applicable only to ordinary seekers, and not to those mature aspirants who have intense vairagya.
830. Just as a fruit falls from the tree when ripe, so an aspirant will certainly renounce his family life like saltless gruel as soon as he becomes fully mature, unless his prarabdha interferes as an obstacle.
Sadhu Om. If the prarabdha of such a mature aspirant is to remain at home, it will obstruct his outward renunciation. Yet he will remain in his family with complete inner detachment. Since prarabdha controls one's outer life, the ashramas come only according to prarabdha. But since prarabdha cannot obstruct one's inner renunciation, true non-attachment, vairagya, can arise in one no matter to which of the ashramas one may belong.
831. Those who have understood that the multiple objects which appear in and from oneself like a dream, but which are seen as if an external universe, are mere mental conceptions, projections of one's vasanas within, and who have therefore renounced them, alone can destroy Maya, the deceptive defect. Others do not know how to destroy this defect.
Sadhu Om. Until this world appearance is understood to be one's own mental projection or conception, like a dream, the sense of reality, satya buddhi, towards it, will remain in one, and hence one will not be able to achieve perfect renunciation. The fact that the world is merely an unreal mental delusion is also stressed in the next verse.
832. Perfect jnanis, who have experienced self, the non-dual real knowledge, will not be bewildered by this dual sight, the world appearance. They will renounce it as an empty, tricky delusion, Maya. 833. Buddha renounced unlimited wealth because he had understood the transitoriness of this world. Therefore, for one who has known the transitoriness of the world visible to the senses, it is impossible to be lokika, a worldly-minded person. 834. Only those who, considering the world as worthless, have fearlessly renounced it with great courage, are the wise ones who definitely see the supreme reality. Others are fools who see only what is unreal. 835. Renouncing the world as ever non-existent even while it appears to exist is the attainment of self, the consciousness which appears to be non-existent, say the sages.
Sadhu Om. What is meant by the attainment of self? Self alone is the ever-existing reality, while the world is an ever non-existent thing. Refer to Upadesa Manjari, Chapter 2, answer to question 5. However, so long as the world is known as if it were existing, self will seem to be hidden or unattained. Therefore, the mere act of renouncing the world appearance as unreal will itself be the attainment of self, the supreme reality.
836. That which remains unrenounced after all that can be renounced has been renounced. That existence shining in the heart as the real self alone is the attainment of bliss abundant. 837. For those who have made the rarest renunciation, that of the ego, nothing remains to be renounced. 838. Since the sadhu's mind, chittam, shines as sadasiva, nothing remains to be renounced or even to be desired. 839. The majestic one, the true renunciant, who wanders carefree, possessing nothing and refusing everything, bewilders and perplexing even the mind of a king who can give anything. Ah, what a wonder! Chapter 80. The True Renunciation, Turavu Unmai Tiran. 840. Know that, rather than one's thinking in the heart, I have renounced everything, one's not thinking, I am limited to the measure of the body, and I am caught in the mean bondage of family life, is a superior renunciation.
Sadhu Om. So long as a sannyasin feels, I have renounced everything, is it not clear that he has a sense of identification with the body? I am so-and-so, and a sense of doership. I have renounced? Therefore his renunciation is not a true one. On the other hand, if a family man does not feel, I am a householder, or I have a family, is he not free from the sense of I and mine? Therefore, he alone is the true renunciant. Thus, this verse teaches that giving up the ego, the sense of I, is truly giving up everything.
Chapter 81. The Oneness of Mind, Samashti Mana Tiran. 841. The mind is said to be two, either good or bad, only in regard to the good and bad tendencies that influence it. Know that on scrutiny, it is really one mind which functions differently as a good mind and as a bad mind.
Sadhu Om. The same idea is also expressed in prose in the following passage of Who am I? There are not two minds, a good mind and a bad mind. The mind is only one. Tendencies, vasanas alone, are of two kinds, auspicious, subha, and inauspicious, asubha. When the mind is under the influence of auspicious tendencies, it is called a good mind, and when it is under the influence of inauspicious tendencies, a bad mind.
842. Considering this is my mind, that is your mind, is the cause of bondage. But when the mind shines as it is, that is, as the power of the clear supreme self-consciousness, it is surely only one. Know thus. 843. Know that the one real I appears to be many, is because of the body outlook, i.e. because of the wrong outlook that each body is an I. But through the outlook of self, the one eternal existence consciousness, know them all to be one. Chapter 82. Annihilation of the Ego, Ahandai Yojivu Tiran. 844. Sever the delusive and sorrow-laden ego by the keen knowledge gained through inquiry, because the true happiness of peace, Santi, cannot prevail except in a heart where this not, Granthi, has been rooted out. 845. By the sharp edge of the sword of divine silence cultivated in the heart by the practice of Jnana Vikara, one should dig out and cast away the root, the ego, I am the body. This is the means to attain the over-brimming happiness of peace. 846. Do not make any real and firm effort except to annihilate the feeling I am the body, the ego. Know that the ego, I am the body, is the sole cause of all samsara dukkha, the miseries of life. 847. Know that the rarely attained supreme bliss, liberation, the greatest renunciation, the deathless death and wisdom are all one and the same. The destruction of the ignorant delusion, I am the body. 848. The destruction of this delusion is also all these: reading and listening, i.e. Sravana, reflecting, Manana, abiding, Nididhyasana, the attainment of grace, silence, the supreme abode, peace, ritualistic sacrifice, devotion, charity, tapas, dharma, and yoga. B17. Know that the annihilation of the feeling I am the body, Dehatma Bhava, is charity, dhanam, austerity, tapas, ritualistic sacrifice, yajna, righteousness, dharma, union, yoga, devotion, bhakti, heaven, swarga, wealth, vastu, peace, santi, truthfulness, grace, arul, the state of silence, maunanalai, the deathless death, knowledge, arivu, renunciation, liberation, mukti, and bliss, ananda.
Sadhu Om. All that are mentioned above will be attained by merely destroying the wrong notion, I am the body, through self-inquiry. Therefore, self-inquiry should be understood to be all in all.
849. Though the good dharmas, righteous acts, are said to be so many, just as the golden ornaments are many, the sole reality of all those dharmas is self-sacrifice, tyaga, just as the sole reality of all ornaments is gold. Michael James. The word tyaga means self-sacrifice and is generally taken to denote the sacrifice of mindness, mamakara. However, since this verse comes under the chapter heading Annihilation of the Ego, in this context, tyaga should be understood to denote the sacrifice of I-ness, ahankara, that is, the giving up of the ego.
Sri Muruganar. Just as the gold, which is the common factor, samanyam, alone is the reality of all the diversity, vaisesham, of ornaments, so tyaga, which is the common factor, alone is the reality of the diversity of those dharmas. Just as without gold there can exist no diversity of ornaments, so without tyaga there can exist no diversity of dharmas.
850. 851. Instead of spoiling the wholeness of the existence of the Lord, self by proudly rising as, I am a separate individual, to subside within is the correct observance, nyama, or tapas, for entering the sanctum sanctorum, the presence of Jnana Siva.
Sadhu Om. This verse teaches us what kind of tapas or observance is required to enter the sanctum sanctorum of Siva. The rising of the ego in the form I am the body, as if it were a reality different from self, Lord Siva, is itself spoiling the oneness of Siva. Therefore, if, instead of rising thus, the ego subsides in self, that would be the correct tapas or observance required for entry into the sanctum sanctorum of Siva. It is thus indirectly hinted here that those who do not possess such tapas, whosoever they may be, are not qualified for entry into the temple, the sanctum sanctorum of Lord Siva, since they have the worst impurity, that of a rising ego. Sri Muruganar. Except the twice-born, that is, those who have not only been born physically, but have also been born again as self by inquiring, wherefrom was I, the soul, born? No one is qualified to enter the purest presence of Lord Siva, either to see or to touch his divine form. Therefore, the observance required for temple entry that is prescribed here is egolessness. Sadhu Om. It is to be understood here that self is Siva, the heart is his sanctum sanctorum, and the self-realized Jnani is the twice-born, the true Brahman.
852. In the view of the wise, dispelling the ego, which contracts the perfect wholeness of the Supreme, limiting it to the body by feeling, I am the body, is the real and flawless worship of the Supreme, whose nature is to shine as the unlimited and adjunctless I am. 853rd. Mad people who, instead of becoming food to God, seek to make God as food to them, will at last, through egoism, become food to Yama, death.
Sadhu Om. Did not many asuras seek to subjugate God through their worship in order to gain their own selfish ends? It is this kind of attitude towards God which is described in this verse as seeking to make God as food to them. Through their selfish worship, kamya upasana, such people are in fact only courting their own destruction.
854. Unless the appearance of this world, known objectively by the senses, and the wicked ego, the knower of it, die as food to Siva, who shines as the state of supreme consciousness, the supreme reality cannot be attained. 855. Can the unmoving state of the real self be cognized by the petty, wandering mind? Therefore, unless the ego sense in the form of the knot between consciousness and the insentient chit jata granthi is annihilated, our real nature cannot be attained. 856. Is it not because of the rising of an I in between consciousness and the insentient body that one's peace is completely destroyed? Therefore, unless the wretched Vritrasura, the vain ego I, is killed, Kaivalyam, the state of oneness, cannot be attained. 857. When the moonlight, the jiva, or mind knowledge, merges into the real sunlight, the supreme self-knowledge dies and becomes one with it. That is the auspicious time of Amavasya, the night of the no moon. 858. Only by dying and by no other means can one reach moksha loka, the world of liberation. But what is that death? It is not merely killing the body, but killing I and mine, for to kill this body is a crime.
Sadhu Om. Death of the body is not our real death. Sri Bhagavan used to say, killing our body without killing our ego is just like beating and breaking a chair instead of punishing the criminal who is sitting on it. That is, the body is innocent and insentient like a chair. It is our mind or ego that is at fault, having caused all misery, and hence it alone deserves to be punished and destroyed.
859. Only those who are dead to desires for the pleasures of the vast, delusive panorama of the world will have their life transformed into Siva. There will be no bliss by any means other than the dawn of the pure and fresh experience of self.
Sadhu Om. It is emphasized here that true happiness lies not in the fulfillment of desires, but only in the destruction of desires.
860. If you ask, what is that great death which will not bring any more birth and which will destroy the innumerable births and consequent deaths? It is the death of the ignorance, I and mine.
Sadhu Om. Every seeming death of the body is nothing but a chance to be born again in another body. Therefore, rather than seeking the death of the physical body, it is wisest to seek the very great and glorious death of I and mine, because the petty bodily birth and death will then end forever.
861. Only by attention to the reality, who am I, will the body-bound ego life die. 862. Destroying one's false ego in self-knowledge and abiding in that self-knowledge is the true clarity, i.e., the real waking. 863. Except through the destruction of the false delusive sense, I am the body, there is no experience of real jnana. 864. He whose delusive ego completely subsides in and becomes one with existence consciousness will cease from making the effort of starting any action or karma and will shine in the heart, having attained the natural and peaceful state of bliss. Chapter 83. Knowledge of the Reality, Tattva Jnana Tiran. 865. Only when the ego delusion, the sense of individuality, jiva bodha, which rises from scheming Maya, who does many heroic deeds with immense power and authority as if she were separate from yet equal to the Supreme Brahman, is destroyed, will the experience of the Supreme Self-Knowledge, Paramatma Bodha, arise.
Sadhu Om and Michael James. From the false Maya arises the seemingly real sense of individuality. The false conception, I am a jiva. Only when this false sense of individuality is destroyed will knowledge of the reality be obtained. Though Maya creates the sense of individuality as if she were having great power and authority, she is, in fact, Maya, literally, what is not. Therefore, if knowledge of the reality is to dawn, Maya and all her creation must be found to be non-existent. Just as, if the rope is to be known as it really is, the snake must be found to be non-existent.
866. When the feeling I am the body, Dhatma Buddhi goes, the delusive confusion and anxieties will end. Aha! The eye shining in the heart in which inquiry is conducted is the differenceless supreme consciousness, Nirvikalpa Chitparam.
Sadhu Om. Since the root cause of all differences, Vikalpas, is the Dhatma Buddhi, and since the Dhatma Buddhi is destroyed by inquiry, that which shines in the heart as a result of inquiry is the differenceless Satchitananda.
867th. God, who seems to be non-existent, alone is ever existing, while oneself, the individual, who seems to be existing, is ever non-existent. The state of thus seeing one's own non-existence, Maya, can alone be said to be the supreme jnana. 868th. Sahaja Samadhi, the silence of sattva, alone is the beauty of tattva jnana, the knowledge of the reality.
Michael James. Sattva is one of the three gunas or qualities of mind. However, in some scriptures such as Kaivalya Navanitham, it is said that sattva is the original or primal nature of the mind. Therefore, in this verse, it is said that in the natural state, Sahaja Samadhi, even this sattva, the primal nature of the mind, is silent. Sri Muruganar. Though Sahaja Samadhi is the state transcending all the three gunas, sattva, rajas, and tamas, since sattva alone is the primal nature of the mind, the phrase sattva mona, the silence of sattva, is used here.
Chapter 84. Seeing, Kachi Machi Tiran. 869. The role-y dharma of seeing is ascribed to self, the space of consciousness, the sun, only in the imagination of Ajnanis, because Maya, the empty ignorance of seeing otherness, never exists in self, the support, stanu, and also because self is without a second.
Sadhu Om. Since self is in truth that which transcends all roles and all qualities, and since it exists as one without a second, to glorify it as the witness of all, Sarvasakshi, or as the knower of all, Sarvajna, is merely the folly of ignorant people.
870. If I feel that I see the world, what is the secret behind this? It is that a world of sense objects and a seer of it rise in me, the space of the perfect and true light of unbroken self-knowledge. Know thus definitely.
Sadhu Om. This world appearance, which is composed of the five sense knowledges and the jiva who sees it, are not real. They are mere false appearances like a mirage, having self as their base, and they appear only with the help of the light of self. Moreover, this world appearance is not even seen by self, but only by the jiva, who is himself a part of it. Refer here to verse 7 of Uladu Narpadu, in which Sri Bhagavan says, although the world, the object seen, and the mind, the jiva who sees it, rise and set together, it is not by self, but by the mind alone that the world is seen. Self, on the other hand, is the whole which is the base for the false appearance of the world, and the mind to rise from and set in, but which itself shines without rising or setting, and hence it alone is the reality.
871. The conviction created by the senses that the appearance is real is a mistaken conviction. Know that both the senses, which enable the appearance to be known, and the jiva, the knower of it, are of the same degree of reality as the appearance.
Sadhu Om. Since the knower, the jiva, the known, the world appearance, and the knowing, the act of perceiving the world through the five senses, form a triad, triputi, all of them are equally false. In other words, since even the jiva who is seen and his act of seeing are both a part of the world appearance, they are both unreal as that appearance. To illustrate this, let us suppose that a film is taken of a king watching a cinema show. When this film is projected, are not the king and his act of watching the cinema show both pictures in the film? Refer here to verse 160 and its note.
872. He who sees the seer, the knower of the mind, namely self, will shine as the supreme self itself. Having destroyed the sense of difference, I am different form the seer of the seer and having attained his own nature.
Sadhu Om. The central idea of this verse is that he who has seen self will shine as self, having destroyed his individuality and having attained the non-dual knowledge, Advaita Jnana. Though in verse 869 and other verses of this work Sri Bhagavan says that it is wrong to ascribe to self the function of seeing, in this verse he refers to self as the seer of the seer. The reason for this apparent contradiction is that he is here talking from the ordinary level of understanding, the same level of understanding on which most ancient scriptures, such as Drik Drisya Viveka, were given. Therefore, the reader should understand the expression, the seer of the seer, to be figurative and not literal.
873rd. Such a seer of the seer, i.e. a Nani, will never see the bondage of karmas. He will rule the space of supreme consciousness as his kingdom. Through the self-sight, he will be able to rule, i.e. to view, all that is seen as his own self. Know thus. 874. When seen through the sight of the supreme space of self, the illusion of taking births in this mirage-like false world is found to be nothing but the egotistical ignorance of identifying a body as I.
Sadhu Om, the attachment, Abhimani, of identifying a body as I is taking birth. Unceasingly nourishing this attachment is life in this world. Temporarily forgetting this attachment is death. And destroying this attachment forever is jnana, or moksha.
875. When seen not through the petty I, but through the infinite I, everything is known to be within self, the real supreme. Know that, just like the appearance of many different objects in a dream, self alone is seen as other things, the world.
Sadhu Om. What is seen in dream appears only for the one who sleeps. Though all that are seen appear to be objects different from the dreamer, the seer of the dream, are not all of them, including the dreamer, non-different form the one who sleeps? Likewise, it is only we, the self, that appear in this dream of the waking state, as the jiva, the seer, and the world, the different objects that are seen.
876. Until the false appearance of the snake goes, the real rope, the base, will not be known. Likewise, until the false appearance of the world vanishes, the real self, the base, will not be seen.
Sadhu Om. The same idea is expressed by Sri Bhagavan in the following passage of Who am I? Just as unless the knowledge of the snake, the imaginary superimposition goes, the knowledge of the rope, which is the base, will not be obtained. So unless the perception of the world, which is an imaginary superimposition, ceases, the realization of self, which is the base, will not be obtained. Referred to verses 46, 876, and 877.
877. Only when the knowledge of the world ceases will the knowledge of self be obtained. Such a glorious life illumined by self is the true and natural life of the jiva. All other kinds of so-called glorious life will be useless for him.
Sri Muruganar. Since the word world, loka, literally means that which is seen, the phrase the knowledge of the world used in this verse denotes objective knowledge, the seeing knowledge which appears with triputi beta, the difference of the seer, the seeing, and the seen. The word illumined here denotes the shining of the reality as unqualified knowledge, that is, as the adjunctless consciousness, I am.